around. Yes. So, for those of us that are here already, we would like to know where you joining us from. So please feel free in the chat box. I would like to see where you're joining us from. You can put the flag of the country you're joining us from in the chat room, and you can just type the name of your country in there. I So please let's get the chat box busy. Let's see where you're joining us from the United States, from Nigeria, from Timbuktu, from Mali, from Saudi Arabia, wherever you're joining us from, please, I would like to see in the comment box. Yeah, so I've kickstarted that, and I look forward to seeing from Elsham. Yes, thank you. Anybody else from Dallas, Texas? Yeah, Texas in the building, United Kingdom. Yeah, Michael from Nigeria, you're welcome. Hala Binkpe from Elsham. Yemisi, I can see the United Kingdom. Olivia Wilson from Canterbury. United Kingdom. Please, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Where are you joining us from? Rebecca is joining us from the United Kingdom. Um, Anybody else? Anybody else? Where you joining us from? So good to have you from Aba, Nigeria, Judith Onwubiko. Thank you so much for joining us. Joseph Okwala joining us from the United Kingdom. So good to have everyone. So good to have everyone. Why is everyone laughing? Judith, you're welcome from Aba. That's lovely. It's so lovely to have you in here. Moyusuri from the United Kingdom. So good to have you in the building. So good. I keep saying in the building. It's a virtual home. It's a virtual home. So good to have you all. So good to have you all. Please feel free to send the link to the event, share with your friends. It promises to be great. We're having a great time already. Uh Yes. So if you're just joining us, we're just using the chat box to see where we're joining from. So thank you for joining this meeting. Please put in the chat box where you are joining us from. We've got folks from Nigeria, from Dallas, Texas, from all over the United Kingdom. So please feel free to use the chat box so we can know where you're joining us from. Thank you so much. Um, So without further ado, I do recognize that we have people across several generations here as well. We've got the Gen Zs, we've got the millennial, we've got the baby boomers, we've got everyone here. So I would ask you to put in the chat box which generation you represent really. Inalpa from United Kingdom, I cite you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. And so it's a very diverse audience. Homoumi J from the United Kingdom. So good to have you. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much, everyone. And as I've said earlier, please feel free to use the chat box when you have questions in the forthcoming sessions. So if you want to address anything to anyone specifically, you can also click on the name in the participants and then tab, and then you can sort of address your question directly to anyone. Chinelo Madumere from Canterbury, United Kingdom. Thank you so much for joining. It's so good to have each and every one of you aboard. Thank you so much. And I just want to double check. Have you shared with your friends? Have you shared on your sent the link to people as private messages? You can put it on your status everywhere really, everywhere really. That'll be so good. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining, and we'll still like to see where you're joining us from. Please, if you're just entering you're just joining us, please let us know where you're joining from, please. Just use the chat box, and thank you so very much. And I'll just use this moment to remind us to get a drink, get a notepad if you think that you want to write anything. Otherwise, you can just get your mobile devices ready to take notes and then try to avoid distractions. And then, yeah, so we can get ready. So I'll give us a minute or two to get that sorted. So try to get a drink, get relaxed, so we can just get on this journey together. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time. And it's IPC 1.0. And the theme for this event is intentional families, building strong foundations for future generations. Sounds good. Sounds really good to me. And I know it sounds good to you as well. So, ladies and gents, it is with huge honor that I welcome you again to IPC 1.0, the very first of its kind. So, I'm really excited. I'm really excited about this. So, we say a very big thank you to our convener, Coach Desola. And this is me just saying your mission to optimize people has sort of expressed itself in another unique fashion. Thank you for bringing this together. And then we do have our esteemed speakers in the building. They've come from several continents of the world. If I do not want to exaggerate, I'll say about 3 continents of the world. And yes, it's so good to know we've got highly experienced resource people in our midst today. And thank you so very much for joining. And so we kickstarting with the serious stuff right away. Hope you have our journals ready, our notepads, our mobile devices ready to take notes. I do hope we have all of that ready. And then we have our resource speakers, as I've already said. I will be kickstarting with something very interesting, something we used to dread, or I used to dread personally when I was much more younger, which is examinations. You just go to the exam, or you can't, not like I used to spy or I used to cheat anyway, but it's a different environment where you just sort of, it's very reflectory. There's no external input. So you just have to write down what you already know. And we'll be doing the same thing. That comes as a surprise, doesn't it? Because you were not expecting to write exams. Yeah, I bet. So it's not much of an exam anyway. It's just some assessment that I would like us to do. And then we'll have some time to sort of reflect and with in all sincerity, because one of the main drivers of growth is that level of acknowledgement that we have. Is objectivity. So objectivity drives excellence, it drives growth. So we can't separate one from the other. So like we said, we'll have some time to reflect on this. So it will be a yes or no answer for each question. We've got 15 questions, and I hope you can see this on your screens. If you can see this on your screens, please give a thumbs up in the chat box that you can see. Just give me a thumbs up. So we've got 15 questions. So for each question, you just put number one, you write yes or no on your journal or on your notepad. Thank you so much. You can see. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we've got 1 to 15, and then it can either be
£20 or
no. Yes or no for each question, sorry. And so we'll be starting right away. So you can start answering these questions, please. And for those who, I'll read out the question as well. So number one question is, this is basic parenting assessment. And the first question is, we have a clear plan of the future we want for our children. And that plan is known to both of us. Yes or no? We have a clear plan of the future we want for our children, and that plan is known to both of us. Yes or no? The second question we'd like you to answer would be, our plans for our children's future are based on the traits we have discovered in our children, and everything is done based on the best interest of each child. I'll take question number 2 again. Our plans for our children's future are based on the traits we have discovered in our children, and everything is done based on the best interest of each child. So that's also a yes or no question. The third question is, we have a uniform parenting template that we have agreed on and that we execute together. We have a uniform parenting template that we have agreed on and that we execute together. Yes or no? And please, if you're just joining us, we're just having a basic parenting assessment where, as parents, we are reflecting on our parenting skills, on how we sort of parent our guardians or our children. So we have 15 questions to which we're answering a yes or no to each question. So you can either have 15 yeses, 15 no's, or in between. Number 4 is, we understand the various developmental stages in a child's life and we are well equipped for each stage. Question number 4, we understand the various developmental stages in a child's life and we are well equipped for every stage. Yes or no? Question number 5, our children are well versed in child sexual abuse prevention and are adequately empowered with basic sexuality education skills. I'll take that again. Our children are well versed in child sexual abuse prevention and are adequately empowered with basic sexuality education skills. Yes or no? Question number 6, we're going further. We have an idea of the friends our children keep and their family values. We have an idea of the friends our children keep and their family values. Yes or no? Number 7, we respect our children's originality and individuality. We never compare a child with another. Yes or no? Question number 8, we have a clear discipline policy that is known to everyone in our family. Yes or no? Question 9, we have a clear family vision and values that are well known to everyone around us. Yes or no? Question number 10, our children are comfortable enough to talk to us about anything and we are calm enough to respond adequately. That's question number 10. Yes or no? 11, we block out the most important dates in our children's lives and ensure that we are present at those events, including school events. Yes or no? Question number 12, we're edging towards the end of the parenting assessment. We spend quality time with our children, including having predetermined meeting times that are regular. I'll take that again. We spend quality time with our children, including having predetermined meeting times that are regular. Yes or no? Question 13, we have a tracker that helps us track our children's progress, and we regularly review that progress with our children. Yes or no? Question 14, penultimate. We know the influences around our children, and we try our best to keep abreast of trends and fads. We know the influences around our children, and we try our best to keep abreast of trends and fads. And the last question, I hope we've been answering these questions, and I hope we've been noting our responses or answers to those questions. Um, the last question is, we are social media savvy and in touch with our children's lives on social media. I'll take that again. We are social media savvy and in touch with our children's lives on social media. So I hope we've answered these 15 questions with every sense of objectivity and sincerity, and we've noted them down. So it's time for report cards. So this is how we sort of make sense of all the answers that we've given so far. 15 questions. So please count the number of yeses that you've given as a response to any of those answers. Divide the number. So if you have 8 yeses, so that will be 8 divided by 15 multiplied by 100. So you might need to bring out your calculators for this. So you count your number of yeses to the 15 questions. If you have 15 yeses, that's 15 divided by 15, multiplied by 100, which is 100%. If it is 1 yes, that's 1 divided by 15 multiplied by 100, right? I hope we're bringing out our calculators, we're punching the numbers so we can make sense of our assessment. I believe we're done now. I'll give us a minute or more to get that done. If you're done, please give a thumbs up. You can give it thumbs up, please, just to say, yeah, I'm done. I know my score already. But you don't need to share your score, just so you know. Just give me a thumbs up that I'm done. I know my score. Okay, I guess we're still calculating. Good, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Count your number of yeses divided by 15 and then multiply by 100. So there are 3 or 4 categories for the final scores that we have. So we've got the white category, which is if you've scored 70 or even more than 70. So that'll be between 70 and 100. So you fall within the white category. So let's make sense of the white category. Of course, that's big kudos to you and to yours. Of course, this is not a result you obtain by wishful thinking. And it is also important to note that the score could either improve or decline um, as the family dynamic changes, really. So the good work, the good effort needs to be sustained. And what did I say? The score might either improve or decline. It's just because when family dynamic changes, like maybe children are getting older, life happens. So all of these can sort of can impact how parenting occurs within a home. So, but good kudos to you if you fall within the white category. And then the second category will be the green category. So that's if you've scored 50 to 69. So if your final score comes between 50 to 69, you fall within the green category. And I will also say well done to you. And you're hedging closer to being excellent. Just keep up with the good work. The third category is the yellow category. So you've calculated based on your number of yeses to the parenting assessment questions. And then you've scored between 31 and 49. So you have successes to celebrate, definitely. And with some intentional recalibration or even calibration, whatever the case may be, I'm sure you'll be bossing parenting. And the red category, which is the last one, it's not to say anyone has failed. So if you've scored between 0 to 30, you definitely are not a failure. You are not a failed parent. Absolutely, there will be a need for some figuring it out, for some figuring out, for some learning, for some unlearning. and growth is only as close as your intentionality. So it is possible. And for whatever category you fall in today, we have resources and we have sessions to address every one of us. So we sort of go on this journey of growth together. So this is a meeting for everyone, regardless of what your score or regardless of what your report card says. But I guess this was fun for us, wasn't it? And it doesn't feel good to be like a student one more time, but we are students of life. Um, and that's the truth. So we'll just move on now. And then we'll be having our keynote speaker come up next. So, but before he comes up next, I'll just be reading his profile and I'll just be reading some introduction. So please listen attentively. Um, so I got to know him, just this is a side note. I got to know him via a podcast. I'm like, oh my God. No one told me to share that podcast because he was really, really insightful in everything he had shared on that podcast. And it was so motivating that I needed to share with other people. And I believe that will be the same for this event. And so if you haven't shared the link with anyone that you know that might profit off this meeting, of this event, please do so right now. So Praise Fowowe's mission is to build a global network of empowered family life coaches, community leaders, and professionals who are equipped with culturally tailored solutions to create positive societal change. By addressing the root causes of family struggles and mental health issues, Praise aims to cultivate families that are resilient, self-sustaining, and prepared to transform future generations. In over 2 decades of transformative impact, Praise has been a trusted advisor to governments, large religious organizations, academic institutions, and community leaders globally, providing cutting-edge innovations, coaching, training, and mentorship that delivers tangible results. His work has been integral to building family structures that break generational cycles, address systemic issues, and promote sustainable legacies for future generations. A true visionary, Praise was recently awarded the President's Lifetime Achievement Award by President Joe Biden in recognition of his 4,000 hours of extraordinary contributions to family life, societal well-being, and the cultural upliftment of African and Black families. Praise Fowowe is the founder of Praise Fowowe Research LLC in Hobart, Texas, a pioneering family life innovation hub that fuses research, cultural intelligence, and scientific methods to help build stronger, more sustainable family units across the globe. Praise is an esteemed member of the Family Life Coaching Association, United States of America, and was a board member and served as a conference chairman in 2023. Praise has authored 11 life-changing family life materials with two bestsellers, my apologies, including his latest book, Unbroken, How Couples Can Build Marriages That Last Forever. He coaches families across 5 continents and travels, delivering workshops and conferences across the globe. He is happily married to Oluwatosin Praise Fowowe, and they are blessed with 2 children, David and Imole Olua. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the baton to Praise Fowowe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the organizers of this conference for having me. I want to congratulate Desola for putting this together. Um, Desola is almost like my baby. She's like a baby me. If you understand our profession. Incidentally, the two other speakers, Desola and the other speaker today, are my favorite parenting coaches. I mean, they are both of them are they rank I and the best. So usually when the conference is happening and you know people are inviting me and they're inviting them. I just smile because you're likely going to hear very, very similar stuff, almost the same thing. Both of them are like my parenting children. And I love them too much because they put me on my toes. I respect this a lot. Absolutely. I don't have to be in the room if any of them, show up in the room because I know they will set the place on fire. So I want to congratulate you. I mean, welcome to the Authors Club. I have the book in my office, and I'm super, super excited. I mean, only this Ola would have done this because it's about 5:30 my time. I've been up since 4 there, but it's a very busy day. But hey, when she told me, Praise, I'm going to move your session, I said, don't worry, I'm going to do it. All right. And so I want to appreciate all of you who are showing up for her and for getting involved in this. God bless you and God increase you. Now, because this is held in conjunction with a church, I am going to throw the part, so I'm going to take off a bit of my professional. No, I'm going to wait my professional cap, but then I'll put on my Christian cap as well. All right. So if you're not a Christian, you will be hearing Bible quotes. All right. And so just understand that this is a Christian, a faith-based program. And so I believe that God will help us. And within the time frame that I have, I will be able to say enough. There's a burden on my heart, and I was praying for this meeting yesterday, and the Lord reminded me. And I'm going to be sharing with you because more than ever before, especially for those of you in the UK, there is what you need to do. There is the need for you to stand up and be counted as a proper parent. Okay, so I want to say thank you very much. Shall we pray? Father, Lord, we thank you for bringing us together. Thank you, Lord, for this meeting. Thank you, Lord, for your daughter. Thank you for what you're doing in her life. Holy Spirit of God, we ask that you breathe on what we're sharing, what I'm going to share tonight, this morning, in the mighty name of Jesus. Holy Spirit of God, I ask that you use me to open the eyes of your people that they may understand what you have in stock, what the challenges are ahead, and what they need to do to respond to rebuilding your heritage. Thank you for answer prayers. In Jesus' name, amen. Good. So I have been asked to speak on the power of presence, parenting with intention in a distracted world. Very important topic. And by the way, if you are here to invite your friends and families, please go ahead and invite them. Just invite like 5, 10 people, including your enemies, if you have any. Okay, the power of presence and parenting with intention in a distracted world. It's really, really a distracted world. And I will take my reading from Psalm 127, which is one of my favorite parenting scriptures. The Bible says if God doesn't build a house, the builders only build shacks. If God doesn't guard a city, the night watchman might as well nap. It is useless to rise early and go to bed late and work your worried fingers to the bone. Don't you know he enjoys giving rest to those he loves? Don't you see that children are God's very best gift? Please note that word, God's best gift. The fruit of the womb is generous legacy. Like a warrior's fistful of arrows are the children of a vigorous youth. Oh, how blessed are your parents with your quavers full of children. Your enemies don't stand a chance against you. You will sweep them right off your doorstep. Now, there is a lot to unpack in this scripture, a whole lot to unpack. And so the first thing is, if you look at verses 1 and 2, it would presuppose if you are a religious person Well, you will think what the Bible is saying is that except you pray and go for fasting, you cannot raise a child properly. No. There are those who don't do the conventional prayer or have raised children successfully. What this place is saying is that except you build as God will build, then you labor in vain. Right? That if you don't follow the prescribed pattern, the prescribed framework to raising a child, then you deceive yourself. How does God build? That's the right question any right thinking person should ask. Now, God does not build by emotion. God builds by systems. So if you look at everything on this planet, I'm glad this conference is holding in the UK, that has stood the test of time, you will realize that they were built on a system. UK is one of my favorite countries, not because of the economy. I don't like the economy in the UK. I like the transportation system in the UK because I personally don't like to drive. I drive because there's no train, no metro lines in Dallas, Texas, so I drive. But personally, I don't like to drive, and I love to come to the UK. Now, one of the things you will notice about the metro and the train system in the UK is that when the train is built to show up at 10 o'clock, the precision is so insane that at 10 they'll tell you train is arriving in 2 minutes. It shows up in 2 minutes. Train is departing in 2 minutes. It departs in 2 minutes. It's no respecter of the King of England. It's no respecter of the Bishop or Archbishop of Canterbury. It's no respecter of any prime minister or any politician at all. That when it's time to go, he will go. You cannot even become a celebrity and your brain will tell you to go and stand in front of the train like somebody is became the first man to stand in front of a plane. Right? And this statement that I just made is actually the difference in precision parenting and emotional parenting. God builds through system. God, if you go out, you look at the sky has remained like that since the beginning of the world. The moon has remained in its place. The sun, imagine if the sun decides to come and visit you tomorrow, to say it's your birthday, and the sun wants to come and pay you a visit. Do you know what is going to happen to our world? Or if the star decides to come and pay you a visit because it's your birthday, and the star is joining people to sing happy birthday to you, or the star is saying that he wants to come and attend this meeting right now. What do you think is going to happen? So God puts things in phases, in systems, and that's how they are able to run effortlessly. Right? Now, the bane of the black, and I'm using black carefully, is that we are emotions driven. We're not precision driven primarily. It's not as if we didn't have a history of precision. Africa before 1800 has a semblance of precision. Maybe between 1300 thereabout, has a semblance of precision because the first world power was actually Egypt. But something happened to us. We lost touch of who we are. Our identity became compromised. Our history fractured. You see, if you want to destroy a people, destroy their history, make them to be what's it called now? Suspicious of their authenticity and their originality, and then you've gotten them. Right? And so precision left us, gave way for emotion. And that's why, if I ask all of you on this call, when your parents were raising you, if you ever got beaten or got slapped or got yelled at for what you still till today, you still did not know what you did, can you type I? Let me be sure that you guys are following me. Your parents ever slapped you, beat you, or did something to you for what you did till date, you didn't know what you did, and even when they knew they were wrong, instead of apologizing to you, they told you that maybe God wanted to punish you for something you did. Okay, so you guys are I'm in the right room. Okay, so precision is the language of God, not emotion. God is not emotional, right? And so you cannot bribe him. You cannot stand in front of his plane and want to stop the plane and tell you, do you know who I am? I know the president. You can't do that. But that is what our For many of us who are from Africa, that's what our nation is built on. You know, we give the right job to the wrong person because that wrong person is loyal to us and he never argues with us. We don't know how to raise a child. We don't even bother to sit in meetings. Now, this meeting is free right now. There are people whose social services is going to pick their children next week. They heard about this meeting. They're not going to show up because they just, something tells them, I know what to do, until they run into trouble. Now, he went further to say, don't you see that children are God's best gift? Why will the Bible say, why would David say children are God's best gift? Very simple. Every time humanity complains about a problem or humanity prays to God, sometimes our grumbling is prayers to God. God's response to that problem is to introduce a child into a family. That's why God cannot do anything on this planet, which is the physical realm, without a human being. He needs a human body. And that's why he knows, understands that God's best gift is a child. The big problem is that God's best gift is a child, but the child becomes unfortunate if the child lands into the wrong hand. And so, my first question to you is, how do you handle God's best gift and his generous legacy? How do you handle a gift whose user's manual you don't even understand? I mean, if you bought a phone, it comes with a user's manual. I bought a new headset yesterday, in fact, last week, and then he had a defect. Then I returned it, and then they sent me another one. See the user's manual is here. But guess what? Many of us never read users' manuals. Headsets. How many headsets have I used in my lifetime? And truly, maybe I've used like 10 in the last, because people keep, either they steal my headset or they beg me to give it to them and I give it to them, right? Now, it has all kinds of languages. Many of us will never read because it's too boring and those things are too tiny. And that's why you notice that terms and conditions in many of the things we use online, they are too tiny and uninteresting. It's to frustrate you not to read it, so that when litigation comes, you will see what you have not read that you have signed to. How do you handle God's best gift? If God gives you his greatest treasure and he says, hold this, raise this, develop this treasure for me, how are you going to handle that treasure? Are you going to handle the treasure by slapping the treasure, by shouting on the treasure, by yelling on the treasure? That we do many of these things is proof that we are not aware that we are not the owner of these children. That what you have in your hand is God's best gift and his generous legacy. Right? And that we in the name of I am too busy, child is disturbing me, you give an iPad to God's best gift, to God's generous legacy, so that they can be distracted and be focused on a content that you don't know the originators of the content, you have not vetted the content, you just leave it to them because you say it's banning. You don't know the script, you don't know the script writer, you don't know the agenda, but you leave it to them. You say they are playing game. It's none of my business, right? It's proof that you do not understand that what is in your hand that you call your child is a global solution to a global problem. But it looks local right now, and because you have not been taught, you treat him anyhow, you do whatever you like, you talk to him anyhow because you think it's your. In fact, some of you are planning for that child to be your retirement plan, God's generous legacy. And so, assumption is at war with precision. That many of us are raising children on assumption. We assume too much. So when your child comes from school and maybe his grade is a D or a C, you yell, you shout, you are not saying beyond the grade the school is giving you because you are thinking, I want him to gain scholarship or to you. Do you know the interesting thing is that wealthy people don't even bother about that because they have the means to pay for any school, so they don't bother. Because they also know that all we need is for this child to attend school and be trained so that I can come and take over the family empire. A child is a child, regardless of what he does. The Prince Harry or Prince Edward has remained a prince regardless of what happens, right? Even if he says, I don't want to be prince anymore, you still realize that they give him benefits because you cannot, except you unborn him. And that's the principle of sonship. That when the prodigal son came to his senses, what the father did was to restore him to sonship, to remind him that this is who you are. Because every misbehavior can be traced to non-discovery of self and non-remembrance of self. If you forget who you are, you will mess up. If you don't know who you are, you will mess up. That every time your child is misbehaving is an opportunity to remind him of who he is. But you know what? Your response is anger. That is assumption. You don't even know what the child is dealing with. Once it doesn't align with your right and wrong, you're already in trouble. And then you begin to tongue lash him. It's because of you I'm suffering. When you were enjoying sex with your husband, was the child begging you to come to this planet? So assumption is what is robbing us of our best and of our best training system as believers, as Africans, because we are not used to precision. As precision is the language of the great people who own the world, who controls the world. Precision is the language of science. I mean, you look at the airplane. Imagine if the pilot becomes emotional and say, you know what, I feel like man, it's been my childhood dream to make my plane swim in the ocean. And then he's at 40,000 feet above sea level. And then he decides to say, oh, let me go and greet the ocean. A crash is going to happen. So you cannot continue to be emotional about what is precision driven. And that is why if a child, you see, when people talk about terrorism, the terrorist cell is a parenting system. It's just a negative parenting system. When a child emerges from that, the Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go. When he's old, he will not depart from it. When a child emerges from that cell, that child never becomes a man of God. He cannot emerge from their training and say, now, I want to be winning soul for the Lord. He's going to look for a way to bomb himself or to kill people. So, look at this. This is the same country. So, because we're talking about intentionality, 1991, that was Dubai. 2014, that was Dubai. 2025, that is Dubai. The same country, different outcomes. Why? Somebody caught a vision. These people are now saying in 2117, they would have built an estate in Mars and they appointed the minister for the future. Precision, not emotion. They are not saying, oh, we are Arabs, so only Arabs will come and build here. We are going to use Arab whatever. They are not doing nepotism. They are getting the best engineers from across the world. Chinese are there constructing every day. Precision, intentionality. So the Bible says any enterprise is built by wise planning. So any parenting system is built by wise planning. So it means you plan your parenting before the child is born. Right? You have a parenting blueprint. And then it becomes strong through common sense. Common sense is what helps you know that your child's result is a reflection of his preparation or mastery. It's a feedback, it's not a finality. But many of us, when you see that result, you now begin to remind him, you know, are you aware if you don't score A, you are going to be a slave to you are introducing a prophecy. Right? Because many of you on this call, you were first position in class when you were in school. Right? Have you become prime minister now? Right? The one that said she suspended somebody because he caught in the exam, or a 14-year-old was suspended or was expelled. Right? What have we really become? And that's not to downplay excellence. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you need to look beyond what your eyes is seeing or what another person's opinion of your child is into what God wants you to see. Because Gideon was threshing the floor, threshing the wheat. That was a lazy man's job. In fact, it's a job predominantly for women. Right? But then God saw a mighty man of valor. So you need to understand that there's a difference between what the ordinary eyes is seeing and what God is seeing. Your purpose must be to align your gaze with what God is saying. That's why you cannot parent just by your sight, right? And profit wonderfully by keeping abreast of the fact, which means you need to be able to track. And so you cannot be intentional without understanding the battle lines. There are 4 critical battle lines of parenting if you live outside of Africa. The first battle line is battle line of identity. Who do we say we are, and what does that mean? Many of us on this call, right? Your family, if I ask you what's your family identity, you don't know. Now, if your family has no clear-cut identity, the agenda of the ultras will overpower who you think you are. And then your children will feed on a lot of things that does not represent what you want. And so if you check carefully, you will see that the environment you live in, for those of you who live in the UK and those of us who live in America and those of us who live in Europe, is scripted to make your child doubt your love for him. In fact, the environment is scripted to make the system look like they love your child more than you. And what happens when that happens is, the moment your child feels that the system loves him more than you, because the system makes them do whatever they like, then you have lost that child. And that's why I say to parents that our response to our children cannot be anger. Our response has got to be love. Because the moment the system pretends as if it loves your child more than you, it's game over. So who are you? Do you know who you are as a family? And does your child know? Number 2 is the battle line of history. Right? That many of us don't have a sense of history, and the people who don't have a history is people that is lost. Some of you have greatness in your lineage that you are not even aware of. You have amazing history. Your great-great-grandfather was a pioneer, was a businessman, even if he was a slave trader, he was an international businessman. You are the owner of the narrative. But many of us have totally left who we are, and then we are quick to jump. I'm from Abraham, but then you're not from Israel, right? That there is greatness in your lineage and your children are not aware. If your child understands the greatness that resides in them, what begins to happen is that they know they cannot misbehave because of their history. Sense of history, right? Number 3 is the battle line of village. That you are in the UK, we say that. Sorry, if you're on this call, can you mute yourself? That's how we know people are not paying attention. We say it takes a village to raise a child, right? Now, your village right now cannot be the village where you came out from. It must be a group of other parents, maybe 10 of them, in your locality. When an African tells me, I am lonely, there's nobody here, you can create a tribe wherever you are. You look for people who share similar values as you, and then you co-parent. Many of us grew up with community parenting. Other people's parents took responsibilities for us. They could discipline us. It's the same thing we must return to. Number 4 is a sense of mission. A lot of you are in the diaspora. Some of you are in Nigeria. What is the mission of your family? God does not put a family together without the mission. It's either you have families who have not discovered their mission, some of them are abusing their mission, or some of them are living out their mission. What is your family's mission? If your child does not know, then your child is prone to all kinds of problems. When my son was younger, right, he would tell me, Dad, I don't want to do what you are doing. I don't want to do what you are doing. Right? You're always traveling. You're always speaking. You're always helping people. That's not what I want to do. I want to make a lot of money. I said, well, no problem. You're going to make a lot of money. Right? And I said, don't try to be like me. Just find your path. So one time he would say, oh, he wants to do coding. He got into coding. He got disinterested, And then the boy by himself now says to me, he's going to study psychology, right? And if you see the way he carries psychology on top of his head, right? He says to me, he said, Dad, there's so much pain. I want to heal trauma and blah, blah, blah. I did not force him. But I understand, because the capacity to build people, to transform people, is a mission for us, right? My father had it. All my siblings have it. I have it. I know it's in my children. Right? So you need to understand your mission. And so I try to look at the latest data about children in the UK. This is the data for 2024-2025, right? According to UK Youth Justice Center, they say for stop and search, black children ages 10 to 17 accounted for 19% of stop and search incidents. Arrest. Black children represented 10% of all arrests. Again, substantially higher than their population share. Youth custody. They said that we made up 24% of the average monthly custody population, about 4 times our share of youth population. Caution or sentence. Black children accounted for 11% of those cautioned or sentenced, and 27% of those remanded in custody, despite forming only 6% of the 10 to 17 population. Right? So you can see how dangerous that is. Black children compose 14% of all knife crime offenses, despite representing only 6% of the population. They are all over 6 times more likely to be murdered than their share of the population would suggest. The arrest rate for black individuals was 20.4 per 1,000 compared to 9.4 per 1,000 for white individuals, over twice the rate. This is crisis. This is a challenge. And that's why black parents must now rise and begin to find themselves in the right spaces. You cannot sit back and say your child is in a school and then you are not on the school board. It must never happen. Some of you are very fixated on, you want to be nurse, you want to go for nursing. Who is going to be a social worker? Who is going to be a school counselor? If we are not represented there, then other people will profile our children. No wonder every African child that they say is hyper, they diagnose them of ADHD and then they give you medication and you are medicating them. It's because we are not standing up, because all of us are trying to do business. Nobody's trying to get into the place of policy. Now, what this says is that intentional parents are needed. And that is why this conference is critical. There's a huge vacancy. Intentional parents are needed. Now, so that brings to the question, who is a parent? Is an intentional parent someone that can flog a child? Or someone that can carry pregnancy? Or someone that can donate semen? Or someone that can pray and teach the word? No. We say that the word parent is the Hebrew word bring forth. Right? So we say that the ultimate parent is a skilled system owner. Remember I told you, God builds through system. So it means you need to understand system. System means 1 plus 1 must be equal to 2. Is a skilled system owner. So you are literally running a training school as a parent that is able to spot the identity of the arrow in its quiver. That is, a child is given to you. Who is this child? You need to know the identity of that child and intentionally groom and shoot in the direction of a predetermined target in a way that the arrow consistently solves the problem it was designed to solve in service to God and humanity. And that's why it's interesting to know that even the people we call bad, they understand this principle. The ones that we call good don't know. If you check the Nigerian political scene, for example, you will see these bad politicians that we call bad, they are already positioning their children in the legislatures. Their children are in House of Rep, they are going to become senators, they're going to become governors. They have already put them in line. It must be intentionally done. I mean, I was teaching Sunday, and Pastor Eto Igodalo was saying to me, he said, Praise, I agree with what you are sharing. He said, many of us don't understand it, and he shared a story with me when they were in King's College. He said in Form 1, a teacher came to school and was asking all of them, what would you like to become? He said when they got to him, he said he would like to be an accountant, and he's an accomplished accountant. He said when they got to the Sultan of the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido, when they asked him, what would you like to become? The guy said, I would like to become Emir of Kano. He said they looked at him, they were in Form 1, and said, which one is Emir of Kano? What's university? And you know what he responded to him? That was what they asked me to say. Say the awareness. And he said later in life, if you look at what that guy studied, you'll be amazed. Later in life, he had risen to become CBN governor, central bank governor in Nigeria. And then he began to have problem with the president. So they were going to remove him. So Pastor Itua had become a pastor, but an accomplished accountant. So he went to him to say, friend, because they still remain best of friends, let us pray together. You know what he said to him? Pastor, don't pray for me. If you want to pray, pray that I become Emir of Kano. What has happened right now? He was Emir of Kano, they removed him, now he's back. So you need to understand that parenting, intentional parenting, there are 3 assignments. 1, your first assignment is to discover your child. That's why whatever you scored in your assessment, don't be upset, don't be angry. It's where you are. You can change it. And that's why Desola is here for you. That's why you need to get a book. That's why you need to engage her. Discovery is number 1. Can you discover your child? There's a protocol and a process to that. Number 2 is development. You need to develop your child based on what you have discovered, not based on your preference and choices, based on what is best for the child. So, for example, if you notice that your child's potential cannot find expression in the church you are attending, right? You must be comfortable enough to take your child to another church. That's how this thing is, right? If you notice that your child's potential will suffer in the environment you are right now, you must be comfortable enough to move out of that environment. Because stage 3 is to deploy your child. And that's why we talk about the 4 parenting quadrants. I don't have time. Please, moderator, let me know when my time is up. I know it should be rounding up right now. But you see, this quadrant is something you need to know very well, master, and be able to navigate. Now, the first thing in the quadrant is the seed owner. God is the seed owner. God is the owner of everyone. God is the one that sent all of us here. Now, if you as a parent, you don't know the seed owner and his mind for the child, you will sabotage the child. Oftentimes, there's a clash between what you want and what God needs. Anna in the Bible was praying for a child. God was looking to send a prophet. Zechariah was praying for a child with his wife. God wanted to send a forerunner. Right? And so you look all through scriptures, right? That the people who are praying until there's alignment between what God needs, right? Abraham was praying for a child. God wanted a new nation. So you need to understand the seed owner is God. And so many of us, we don't even know the seed owner. We know the managers of the seed owner. Many of you know your pastor more than you know God. So when I ask parents, what kind of child do you want to raise? They tell me I want to raise a godly child. And then you ask them, describe a godly child. Then they'll tell you if it's a godly child, he will be obedient. Obedience is what every parent says for. Why are they saying obedient? They don't want the child to argue with them. Right? And then they say he must be respectful. He must be this, he must be that. If he must be holy. Everything they are saying, I know it's not, they've not thought it through. They are not the ones speaking. It is what they have put in their brain that they are saying, but they are not aware. They'll tell you, he must be obedient and respectful. I know it's a song. Make me a child like Samuel. He was obedient and so respectful. Even the song is wrong. He never argued with his parents. Where did Samuel live with his parents? Did he live with his parents? Right? But it's because we ate the concept of a child disagreeing with us, like our parents did. That's why we want obedience. But then when I ask them, you say a child is you want a godly child. Can you define who a godly child is? They tell me a godly child is a child that looks like God. So I said, can you give me the attributes of God? Right? Because if you say it's a child of God or it's a godly child, it looks like God, there must be DNA match. Right? And then when you ask them that question, they will now say to you, sorry, there's someone playing with my screen. Yeah. Then they will say to you, the profile of God, God is omnipotent, God is omniscient, God is sovereign, God is loving, God is creator or creative. Then I'm asking them, why are you not using the same attributes for a godly child? And they say, but a child cannot be present everywhere. A child cannot be this, a child cannot. Then I'm asking them, do you know any child in the world who has a solution that is present all over the world? Then they mention internet, they mention Coca-Cola. So I said to them, are you not, and that's what this book is all about that Desola just wrote. Are you aware that you are like the shark? You are like the aquarium. Your child is the shark. You can't outgrow, the shark cannot outgrow the aquarium. But if you take the shark out of the aquarium and put the shark in the ocean, the shark in the ocean, the shark grows to its greatest ability. That many of us are the ones troubling our children because of your close worldview. It's the law of the lead in leadership. John Maxwell said you cannot rise above your level of lead. So if you don't even know that your child has capacity to create a product that is present everywhere, how do you now raise that child? You are going to beat science out of him. You are going to beat curiosity out of him, because such a child is going to be asking a lot of questions. You are going to label him. You talk too much. You are a talkative. You are da 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 da. Many of us have destroyed the seed owner's seed because of ignorance. The second thing is the seed handler, which is you. How can a traumatized seed handler raise a wholesome seed? You're like a farmer. You don't even know there's a seed in your hand. You don't know the identity of the seed. You don't know who your child is. But you say it's my child, so I can do whatever I like. No. It is the texture, the quality of the seed, and the identity of the seed that must determine your use of the seed, handling of the seed, and planting of the seed, including the soil you plant the seed. So many of you are not allowing your child dictate or determine how you raise that child. You raise them just like the phone. You bought the phone, you have used the phone all your life, and then you don't need it. You just use this manual, so you do whatever you like. So many of us have not healed from trauma, and we are traumatizing our children. So if you're a parent here, you yell, you shout, you scream all the time, that is the clearest proof that there are unprocessed traumas in you. That's the seed handler. Then you have the seed, which is the child. I can't even get into that. That you need to be curious. When a child is born, first 3 years, you get curious and observe. The greatest skill you need is the skill of interpretation, because child will show you a lot of potential. You must be able to interpret accurately. If your interpretation is wrong, you are going to damage your child. And so a child is playing with water. What do we call, or drop your phone inside water? The entire living room is flooded. What are you going to do? You beat him, you flog him, you say it's disruptive, as if the child sat down and say, this is my mother's phone, I'm going to destroy it. The child is not even aware of how much you bought the phone. You have not even finished paying for the phone. So you're going to kill the child. You have lost the fact that for this child to flood this place, what is it trying to do? Is it trying to replicate the house we went to the other day that has a swimming pool in the living room? Is it going to be another Michael Phelps? Is that child going to be an oceanographer? Then you, in your agitation, you take him to a prophet. And many of the usual prophets we go to are prophets who are not learned. And that's not to denigrate them. If it's not learned, there are things they can't interpret. Almost immediately, your child has Mami Water Spirit. They begin to do deliverance that was not necessary. One woman told me, he said, praise, they beat me, that I began to confess meetings I didn't go for. Because the beating was too much. So seed, you need to know the seed. To say, who is my child? Your child will show you tendencies. How are you interpreting those tendencies? How are you supporting your child to get the best out of them? That's the seed. Then you have the seed environment, which is critical. It's not just enough to know the seed owner, to be healed as a seed handler, to understand the seed environment. What church do you attend? If you expose your child to a church where they sell fear to him, right? I was listening to a man, I wasn't listening, I stumbled on his mess. And the guy, every time he's speaking, some of you might know him, he's always talking about fear. He's saying that don't go to Tanzania, don't go to Cameroon, if you want to be a Christian, because the witches, he came to UK, he said there are witches and wizards in the UK, it took him 11 hours of prayer. So if a child continues to hear that, the child will lose his ability to even believe that he can conquer the world. With all these tales and stories that we share in Africa, we have not conquered anywhere. It's just tales. I don't need to know about demons and witches and wizards. I need to know about God. That's enough. What witches and wizards is Elon Musk casting down that is making him become richest man in the world? That is making him innovate what the whole world is using. Without what these guys are making, some of us will not be known. They made social media. And they don't talk about demon. So the concept of demon can paralyze a child. Don't introduce fear to your children. Environment. So some of you may need to teach the children the word of God by yourself, because the church you expose your child to can mess the child up. The school you expose the child to can mess up the child. That's why you want to be on the school board. See the environment. The environment some of you, your child is not in an environment where they are seeing people doing anyhow, and then they want to do anyhow. No. I tell my children, no. Others may, you cannot. So if you understand how to navigate this then you would have mastered a system that helps you produce a predictable outcome. And so in closing, there is a call from God for us to start to rebuild like Nehemiah rebuilt. Nehemiah heard about the broken world because parenting is broken. It's totally broken because even the adults are not leading by example. So the young people are supposed to look up to, they are misbehaving. So how do they even respect anybody? So everything is fractured right now. And God is calling all of us to rebuild. Because it becomes very critical for us to understand that is a big call. And so, if you look at Nehemiah chapter 3, there were 3 gates in the first 12 verses. There were 3 gates and 1 tower that they rebuilt. And the quality and the character of the people that rebuilt them was also important, but I will spare you that story. Today is not a time for eschatology. But I want you to look at one thing. The first gate that was rebuilt was the sheep gate. The sheep gate is a gate for sacrifice and cleansing. That's usually where the Jews make sacrifices and offerings. So that's like a place where there is a cleansing of the heart. So it means that the heart of many parents is corrupt and there needs to be a cleansing. We need to literally take out all the madness that we have taken in from social media, all the wrong ideology, and go back to our altar. Go back to the place where we have a relationship with God. Our fire altar is burning, and we understand the mind of God for the child. The second gate that they rebuilt, and if you look at that fourth gate, the people that rebuilt it were the priest. And so if the priesthood or the altar has failed, a lot will go wrong within the nation. Because you see, when the wall of a nation is broken, the nation becomes subject to infiltration. And that's why many of our children, that you see them with funny behavior, funny character, funny ideology, funny culture, is proof that the gates is broken. Is proof that the wall has broken. The gate is where judgment is made. That represents standards. So that you see that there is no standard, no right and wrong, everybody now has their own truth, is proof that the gates have been burnt down. So the sheep gate is a gate for cleansing, for sacrifice. We need to rebuild it. Our children must learn that everything doesn't just work anyhow, that there is delayed gratification. And the parents must also model it. The next gate is the fish gate. That's the gate of commerce and provision. Many parents have lost control because their commerce is not optimal. And because the children are now using tech, some of them have now become breadwinner. So parents can't even call them to order when they are using social media to promote lewd content. So that gate was rebuilt, right? It's the place. So for some of you, if your gate of commerce is broken down, your economy is not into right now, you are living from hand to mouth, it's time to cry to God and ask God for help. And it's time to seek mentoring and get help so that you don't even have to wait for scholarship to send your child to school. Because when financing is not enough, many of us become frustrated and you begin to transfer aggression. And you can't understand why you are slaving so much and the child is not shaping up. The third gate is the Jeshana gate. That is the old gate. That stands for ancient pathway. That stands for history. So many of us, God is calling us to rebuild our history. Who are we as a people? As Africans, we're not slaves. As Africans, we don't misbehave. As Africans, we don't join gang. As Africans, as an African child, you need to model it. We don't live anyhow. We don't do anyhow. We don't smoke marijuana. We don't join them to do any of these things. We are role models, right? That's why they say Nigerians know they carry last. Africans know they carry last. We need to go back to the ancient pathway, original covenant, foundational values, the values of children having morning routine, children having household chores. You cannot have a 16-year-old who cannot cook and you are comfortable, and then you are saying they are stressing me. Hey, these children, they don't help me. I'm going for groceries. They can't even do groceries. Hello, who gave back to them? We cannot be making excuses and turn our children to anyhow children. So we need to rebuild that. You see, it's just funny that we have an African who is trying to be whiter than the whites in the UK, talking all kinds of things. Right? We are Africans. Even if they give you passport, you are still an African. So we need to rebuild the Janaya gate, which is the old gate. And then there was a pillar. 3 gates, 1 pillar. What does pillar represent? Strength. That pillar is called the Tower of Ovens. It's a place of process and refining. It's more or less like the training school because that's where they bake bread. So we need to turn our parenting and our home into a bakery where the children that emerge as bread are well baked, that they don't crack. They are saying that mental health problem, depression is going to be the #1 killer in the world by 2040. What is going to cause everything that they call mental health problem, my mental problem, is lack of resilience in many of our children, right? Many of our parents taught us subliminally. They made you walk to school. They made you clean up for everybody. They made you, wash everybody's plate. That was how we learned discipline, stewardship, right? They had the story avatars of Tatis and his wife, and they used to teach us character. But many of us have abandoned those things, and so we need to revert back and now have a training system. That's why within your family, there's what we call the domestic educational system. Beyond what UK is teaching, you need to have your own educational system, the training system, that when a child emerges from your home, you see, every time we say people are, divorce is happening, it's just, it's not a marital problem, it's a production problem. The children we are now raising do not understand what it takes to build because parenting has failed. So if we want to preserve marriages in the future, it starts with parenting, because what our parents prioritized was the fact that they wanted every child to be properly raised. That is what we must go back to, that your oven, if your oven begins to bake the right bread, and they are imagining in society, my oven is baking the right bread, values-driven children, and they are imagining in society, you know what will begin to happen? We will transform society. And that is what I think God is calling us to do. Whether it's going to be a prayer point, but it's much more than a prayer point, you need to set up the system that ensures that your altar is restored, that ensures that your commerce and provision is rebuilt, that ensures that the ancient landmark is restored, and that ensures that your family becomes a bakery, where a refinery, that when your children, all the dross in them would have been taken off, and what emerges is the gold. Finally, we need to learn to start to move from child dedication to scripting a tribe of saviors. That's what God expects us to do. Say, blessed is the man whose quiver is full of them. They will not be ashamed, but they will speak with the enemies of the gate. God expects us to raise a new tribe of saviors. He expects us to move. The Jews do child dedication, but they have a script, 14-year script, parenting script, that terminates at bat mitzvah. As Africans, we need to embrace those scripts. We need to engage people like Desola and ask, give us a blueprint. Let us replicate it. Check us out. The question is, can God depend on your family to salvage our world? Because your children require the gift of your presence to your present. And from where we started from again, he said children are God's best gift. They are God's generous legacy. So if you have in your hand God's greatest gift, God's generous legacy, would it be a problem for you to be present and for you to pay the price, to learn the blueprint, and to install the blueprint, so that in the future you can hand over the child back to God and say, God, see the child you gave me. You gave me a seed, see the forest I have produced, and see the value the forest is adding to the society. Thank you very much for having me. But remember, the Bible says your enemy don't start a chant against you. You will sweep them right off your doorsteps. The people that can take away the shame from us are the children, because the magicians have their rod. Our children must be our rod. The magicians will drop their rod, it will become serpent. We will drop our rod, it will become serpent as well. But our serpent must swallow their serpent. It's called superior service delivery. That's why you need to bake them, so that when they show up in the society, you will not be ashamed, but they will speak with the enemies at the gate. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Uncle Price. Thank you so very much. So I would just to let us know that we would have a question and answer session later. But before we let him go, because we do recognize he's been up really early this morning to make this event, we will take just one question for Uncle Praise before he goes. Anyone, please unmute yourself. I'll just give a countdown of 5 seconds. Any question? I do appreciate some questions have been sent to me. We'll take them in the Q&A session later. Okay, so I'll ask the question. In the UK, within the United Kingdom context, we do often have this probably implied almost always good to work culture. So how do we practically become present whilst we are going into work, what we're going to work, and how do we make sure we just put certain strategies in place that do not bleed into family time? So that'll be my question to you, sir.
It's a question of strategy. When something is bothering you, you deploy strategy. There are 3 pillars of strategy. The first pillar is bottom line. What result do we want? Second pillar is internal capacity. Do we have the capacity to produce that outcome? And number 3 is the operating environment. Now, in this case, the operating environment is the UK. You know how the UK is. Internal capacity is what do we need to do to get the outcome. Now, community parenting now comes into place. That you cannot, in any developed country, parent your child by yourself. You now need a group, right? And that's something we say that it takes a village to raise a child. It's an African proverb, but we don't practice it. So part of what we need, I was doing a study because I suddenly discovered that there's never been an African who became a US military general, an African immigrant. Then the UK as well, the same thing. Then I realized that Africans who actually have become mayors are very minimal. I think UK has the highest. Canada has like 3. America has maybe like 3 as well. I was trying to trace why. Why are we like that? One of the things I found out is that unlike other races, they say that Africans don't concentrate in a particular area. Right? So we are scattered. So you see 1,000 of us in Chicago, 10,000 in Houston, but what other people do is to say, Indians will say, for example, if you go to Canada, if you go to Brampton, you will think you're in Mumbai. Indians will ensure that the population, because they have a greater agenda to take over the economy of that space. We don't have that agenda. Everybody has individual agenda. An individual agenda cannot suffice. Right? We need to come together and say, okay, there are 5 of us as Africans. Our goal will be to ensure that we grow to 100 Africans. So any African coming to, let's say London, we're going to sit them down and show them the way. Now, once we do that, we already have a community. Then it means we can have our own after school, wherein we have one of us who is an educationist who wants to set up an after school, and then we will pay the minimal fee for the person to warehouse our children because we have a uniform vision of the kind of children we want to produce. That's the right way to go about these things. And until we go through that route, the next other alternative is you need to build systems. Right? So if you build a system, let's say you are busy, for example, you need to literally make your home into a production factory to now say, okay, what are the activities that you have to design by yourself? But that will still need supervision as well. But the easiest way is community parenting, right? So if you have, because we have African churches everywhere, it should be easier with the African churches. And sometimes when I'm telling African pastors in the diaspora that you guys are the ones that can, because you already have church building. So why not create a program, and then some of you are even on full time. so that people can drop their children here and then we can create a curriculum that they learn while their parents are at work so that they can pick them up later. It looks like it's rocket science. This thing is so easy to do, right? And so that's why the priests have to rise up and now begin to listen to the right information that can help them, right? Because when we do that, it becomes very easy to raise our children. It takes a community to actually raise a proper child. And so we need to now create our community everywhere we go. If there's any church, they can design that system and support African parents so that your mind is at rest when you're at work, that your child is in good hands, and then you can pick up your child from there. That's basically what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Chat, can we unmute ourselves and say a big thank you to Uncle Praise for everyone, please unmute yourself to say thank you, thank you, thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
We
you
enjoyed
very
that.
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for delivering this wonderful, wonderful speech, sir. Thank you. So without any further ado, we're continuing. It's IPC 1.0 Intentional Parenting Conference. And as we forge ahead, I just want to give a huge shout out to intending parents on the call. I mean, your level of intentionality is very inspiring. And then please, if you haven't, please tell us where you're joining us from in the chat box. Just type it in there. Nigeria, Canada, Vancouver, wherever city you're joining us from, please put in there. And then we'll be going to the next session. We'll be having the next speaker talk to us. And just trying to share my screen. I hope you can all see my screen. So the next speaker is Coach Desola, and I'll just be reading our profile. So please listen attentively, please. Desola Sosan, known in professional circles as Desola Sosan, or Coach DC or Coach D, is a people and resources optimizer with a background in customer service excellence and strategic continuous process improvement. Our mission is to facilitate enlightenment, awareness, and transformation, thereby supporting individuals, families, and organizations to achieve their highest aspirations. She is a certified family systems engineering practitioner, a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, and coaching professional. She is a master trainer, facilitator, and public speaker. As lead practitioner at the Daisy Place UK Limited, her impact is felt through our coaching programs, bespoke one-to-one sessions, group coaching, speaking engagements, and conferences. Known for her calm yet impactful delivery, she believes in the power of connection. She believes in the power of connection is bringing about transformation. Blending emotive storytelling with knowledge, wisdom, and empathy, she has the ability to provoke reflection that serves as a foundation for change. She also finds joy in working with charities to support displaced families and helping them to settle in new communities. One of our proudest experiences is the opportunity to serve as a child and teen mentor at the highly successful Ready for Life mentoring program. She considers it a huge honor to mentor 8 to 9-year-olds and 14 to 15-year-olds, equipping them with life skills and knowledge. With several testimonials to the impact of our work and satisfied clientele across the world, our newest accomplishment is our book, Becoming an Ocean, Parenting Beyond Glass Walls. In this book, she challenges and coaches parents to evolve, creating an environment geared towards the maximization of their child's potential. She lives an abundant life with her husband, Abayomi, and their two trailblazing sons, MJ and Momo. Ladies and gents, please welcome Coach Desola. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. I am so honored to be here at this point in time. I am so grateful for every single one of you. But can I just shout out to my mentor? I call him PF. So if I say PF, he's the one I'm referring to. PF, God bless you, sir. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for that. You have made my work very easy because you have set the foundation. You have taken us to church. You have taken us to school. You are amazing, and you know I hold you in the highest esteem. I always say to you, I want to be like you when I grow up. And that is still accurate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to this meeting once again. I know you've been having an amazing time. PF has ensured that. And I just want to salute you. Every chance I get to speak with parents, I want to acknowledge the hard work that you're doing. Okay. I know we did that assessment in the beginning, and somebody somewhere might be feeling, oh gosh, I'm in the red zone. Well, improvement begins with awareness, all right? So you have measured, you have assessed, and now you can improve. And that's why that exercise was important. So if you joined us later, feel free to go back on YouTube because this will be uploaded there, and we'll post the link, make it available to everybody so you can carry out that assessment. It tells you where you're at. It highlights what you need to be working on, okay? But I am so pleased to be here. And on behalf of those children that you show up for every day, doing that grunt work when you're tired, when you're frustrated, when you don't even know what to do, okay? Even as a parenting coach, there's some days like that I'm like, what does one do with this? What does one do with this situation? And then you start asking questions. I say to parents, the fact that you're checking, the fact that you're feeling inadequate is an indication that you're a good parent, okay? What you then do from that point forward is what will make you an even better parent. And like PF said, a support system to other people. So we might be touching on things today that you might feel, oh, well, that's not a problem I'm dealing with. Take that knowledge. It might be useful for somebody in your circle, somebody you're going to meet further down the line. So take this seriously. Like Jim Quick said, forget everything that you know. Okay, he created this fantastic model of learning. Forget the first F, the acronym is FAST, you can research it later. But the first thing is forget everything that you think you know. So you can approach this with a clear, clean slate, a fresh mindset, open eyes. And I trust God that he will do what he intended to do. I had a few friends say that to me over and over again, that there's something that the Lord wants to do with this conference at this point in time, because there are no coincidences. Okay, so you're here at this point in time for yourself, for your family, for your children, for your neighbors, for people in your circles, for your areas of influence. So welcome. Welcome once again. My name is Desola Sosan, and I am privileged to do this work that I do in the family life space. I didn't come from a family of very settled parenting, okay? I would say I had turbulent parenting. It's so serious that if you asked me childhood memories, I would dig deep to find good ones. All right. And that is where all of this passion comes from. That is where my drive comes from. Because recognizing that I didn't have it put me extra aware and gave me an extra sense of alertness to situations that other parents and obviously their children might be going through. And one of the things I said to myself, even before I got married and had children, was this cannot continue. This cannot go beyond me. All right. This ends here. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to learn. I'm going to allow myself to accept that I'm limited in this regard. You know, it concerns me when I hear parents, parents that are not yourselves, obviously, but when I hear parents say, well, it doesn't matter what you do, a child is going to turn out the way a child is going to turn out. I think that's a cop out. All right. If you have decided to procreate, then you have decided to take responsibility. Responsibility does not start with, well, I don't know, this might not even work. This responsibility is you doing what you believe is necessary with the hopes of the best outcomes possible. Okay, and we talk about the perceptual code where you're seeing your child in the best form possible until that child sees it and accepts it as truth. So it guides your conduct, it guides your behavior, it determines how you interact, it determines how you communicate, it determines the work that you do on yourself, because you're seeing that child as the full manifestation of the potential that is loaded inside of them. All right, so welcome once again. At this point in time, we will be talking about building emotional resilience in children. Building emotional resilience in children. Now, a good way, kind of like a good way to measure this is how a child reacts when they've encountered challenges, when they've encountered difficulty, when maybe a young child's toy breaks, right? And do they shatter? Do they fall apart? If it's an older child, say they've done a test and it didn't go quite well, yeah, and they've put the effort, they've, prepared, they studied, they did all the things that were necessary, but it didn't go quite the way they wanted, right? Do they fall apart? Do they break down? Do they know how to ask for help? Can they own up and say, all right, what can I take away from this experience? So this has happened. I have no control over the past, but what can I learn? What skills are we putting in our children as they advance through life to be able to encounter challenges, pick themselves up, and try again? Now, this is important. We're going to get into it, but way too many children are struggling with anxiety and depression. Way too many children. The statistics is 1 in 6 children believe that they have a mental health problem, right? COVID didn't help. And I know that is something that is talked about. Children born in COVID didn't get social interaction and this and that, but they were born in homes. They were born and raised within families. So what social interaction are we really talking about? The question is, what are we as parents doing? Now, we act at the level of knowledge that we have, and that's why you're in good company. You have taken the responsibility and you've taken the necessary step to attend a conference like this, a parenting conference. You see, parenting, like any other skill, is something that you need to learn and increasingly get better at. Unfortunately, when a parent doesn't put in that effort, there are issues, there are problems. It shows up in challenges and that we see in young people. It shows up further down the line in the kind of society that we create around ourselves. Okay, so today we would be looking and supporting you through building emotional resilience in children. Now, by the end of this discussion, you will know what emotional resilience is. You will know why emotional resilience in children is important. And you will know how to help your child develop emotional resilience. So, okay, what is emotional resilience? What is emotional resilience? It's the ability to adapt to life's challenges, like I said, to pick oneself up and try again, to keep going in spite of resistance. It is that buffer that allows a person to say, well, I've been through hell and high water, but I'm going to show up again, right? I tried that, it didn't quite work. I'm going to try another method, all right? Or maybe I tried that and I'm going to take a step back, reflect, and then try it another way or do something differently. Oh, I'm going to recognize that, look, maybe I don't even know how to do this. So where do I get the information? You know, we're in a digital age, we're in an information age. And something that we must bear in mind is that how to do anything is not really out of our reach. You will find a solution if you would look, because somebody somewhere has thought about it before. And chances are it's on YouTube University. So if you're trying to cook a certain dish from a part of the world that perhaps prior to you hearing it, you had never heard about it before, I can probably guarantee that a video somewhere is on YouTube. Somewhere somebody has put documentation together, together. They've put a process flow together, and you can find that process, right, on the internet. However, what gets in the way is that recognition, that acknowledgement of limitation, where somebody is interpreting an inability to do something as a failure of themselves, rather than separating themselves from that situation, recognizing that they are skilled in other areas. This little area might need a bit of work, and recognizing the need to want to put in that work. So that, in a nutshell, is what emotional intelligence is. And I've looked through history and picked out a few individuals that I believe embody emotional intelligence. Now, first on your screen, you have Maya Angelou. This lady who is of blessed memory suffered sexual assault, right, as a child. 4 years old, she suffered sexual assault. Now, what then happened was she reported it. The individual who was her uncle was, arrested. He was let go after a day because things were fuzzy back then. The laws that exist now were not available back then. So somebody looked at that case and thought, well, we'll throw him in jail for a day and we'll let him be on his way. Now, her uncles, hearing that this gentleman who assaulted her and raped her had been released, went after the man and they killed him, okay? Because they felt that was justice. Now, this is not a right and wrong situation, so walk with me here. When he was killed, when she found out, remember, it happened to her as a child. She was about 7 at the time. When she found out, she thought, because as a child, that's how she processed it, she thought she was responsible for the death of that person. So she stopped speaking. This woman stopped speaking for 5 years, nearly 5 years. She would not utter a word to anybody. Now, picture that situation occurring in this neurodiverse age, right? This neurodiverse awareness age. She'll probably have been, given one tag or the other, put on a spectrum or the other. But it was that trauma that she interpreted and translated to that situation and then decided not to speak. Now, if you want to research Maya Angelou's story, feel free to do that. But I can tell you that she went on to write, and I'm going to get my facts straight here so that I give you accurate information. This lady went on to publish 7 autobiographies, wrote 3 books of poetry, wrote books and books on essays on different subjects. And at the time that she passed, she was a recipient of over 50 honorary degrees. How did she move from that experience where she literally withdrew her voice, right, for 5 years and then went on to achieve so much in spite of what she had experienced? Next, we have Mo Farah. Now, this gentleman, I stumbled on when I got a book from my son, something about his twin story. I think that's what it was called. And as my children do, when you've read a story, you need to share what you've learned, because that's how I believe that internalization has taken place and you've taken the lessons. So when he wrote out the lessons and then did a presentation, I was like, that's fascinating. I knew of him, but I didn't know about his story. So to share his story with you, again, as a representative example, as a poster child of emotional resilience, Mo Farah's father was killed when he was 4. He was smuggled into the UK at age 8 and he was put to domestic work. He was brought into the country by a woman he did not know. I haven't lived with his uncle, with his twin brother, after the death of his father. He was brought into the UK and he was put to work. Now, at age 12, he found his way into school, where he then shared his experience with a teacher. And that teacher reported the circumstances, and eventually he got into foster care, right? His history in a nutshell, right? This gentleman went on from there to win 10 global championships. Now, 4 Olympic gold medals and 6 world titles. Okay? He is the most successful Black track athlete in modern history. Look at his beginning and look at how far he has come in spite of those challenges. Now, the third man, Mr. Thomas Edison, he's one of the favorite stories I like to share when I talk with my young mentees, the 7 to 9, when I mentor them in the Ready for Life program. He is the father or the originator, the inventor of the light bulb. So how I like to start is to say, imagine we didn't have light bulbs, what would the world look like? And then they paint pictures and it just, they are animated about it. And it's quite exciting to see. But do you know that before Thomas Edison was able to create the light bulb, he attempted 9,999 times. This is a gentleman who came from poverty, developed hearing challenges at age 12, lost his hearing shortly after fully, but he has defined that experience of losing his hearing as the opportunity that he then got to focus on other things like work, like science. But what is particularly interesting is that he did this attempt at creating the light bulb 9,999 times. Now, if he had tried, let's look for a big number in between that window, 100 times, he will still be a good example of resilience. Okay? I mean, we would say, oh gosh, he made that. He didn't eventually get there, but at least he tried. But he kept going at it. What all individuals on the screen, one thing they all have in common is the ability to go and try again and again in spite of challenges. What we should be helping our children come to is understanding that life will come with challenges. In psychology, it's known as the universal human condition. There are things that would occur that will be outside of your control. And those challenges don't wait until you're grown. When your toy snaps, that is a challenge. What options are then available to you? When you write a test and it doesn't quite go the way you intended, what options are available to you? And as we go through this session, we will learn those skills that we need to be paying attention to ensure that our children are not predisposed to the challenges that occur in their generation. Okay? I've mentioned the evil twins, if I can describe it as that: anxiety and depression. You speak to the average young person today, oh, I'm anxious. And my response usually is, we all get anxious. So yeah, next. But it's like, oh, it's debilitating. It's overwhelming. I can't leave the house. Oh, I don't like speaking to people. Nobody likes speaking to, well, under normal circumstances, nobody likes speaking to somebody that they didn't know before. We all work it out. But young people are living with this limited expression of themselves, and it's time for parents to step up. So why is emotional resilience? I keep saying emotional intelligence is all that knowledge about about EI, emotional resilience. Why is it important? It helps our young people navigate modern pressures. And I'm going to share with us, and I want you to just look at this screen and take it in, bearing in mind that this is the age that your child is growing up in. For anybody who doesn't have children yet, you have a bit of an advantage, right? This is the point. This is the time, the era, if you will, that your child will be born into. All right, so look at those stats on the screen. Look at those stats on the screen. That is what your child is grappling with. If they now do not possess the required emotional resilience, this is the potential impact that they may have. Experts say that over 210 million people suffer from social media addiction. It's not a happenstance. It is designed to be like that. AI is constantly being developed to keep the attention of people for longer. And like PF said earlier, The reason why we can have this is because there's social media. I did quite a lot of publicity for this on social media, right? The reason that this exists is because there's social media. So social media in itself is not a problem. It is that it is designed to hold the attention of people. All right. 15% of people aged 23 to 38 admit that they are addicted to social media. Teenagers who spend more than 5 hours a day on their phones are 2 times more likely to show signs of depression or depressive states, right? 7 out of 10 teens who use social media are for more than 5 hours a day, have a significantly higher risk of committing suicide. That's crazy. 27% of children who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media display poor mental health. That is one of the things that you will be mitigating when you take the emotional resilience journey of your child serious. Okay? Modern pressures of social media, identity crisis, the fact that there is a lot of audacity on social media, people that are saying absolute, respectfully, rubbish, okay, are on social media and their voices are loud. Even when you don't believe it, do your children have the capacity to question and challenge it? Because that is what they're exposed to. There was a time when there was this dangerous challenge on TikTok where people, and there's one going on now, not going to talk about that yet, but this one was people piling crates on each other and getting to the top. And so many accidents, right, occurred as a result of that behavior. Most young people, because they do not have that capacity to make that judgment call yet. So it's a trend, it's a fad. I'm going to get on it. No critical thinking, no self-preservation, no examining. Does this even make sense? That is what people are exposed to. Now, the one that's happening now is the you bend your legs and you climb on something. They call it the Nicki Minaj challenge, where you sit a certain type of way, you cross your legs, and I don't know what the goal is. But there's this young lady who attempted that and now has a spinal injury, right? Because something was on social media and she had decided to attempt it out, again, without thinking. So why? Why do young people attempt some of these things? Because, number one, they don't have that required prefrontal cortex coordination to make that to make those critical decisions, not to engage in things that don't make sense yet. Number two, it is what their friends are doing. So it is trending, right? And they too want to get in on the action because fear of missing out. Everybody is doing it. I can't be the only one outside the wire. Why would a child think what one random person across the world is doing has a direct impact on their sense of identity? Why? Because there is no emotional resilience. There is no capacity to say, look, this is who I am. Therefore, this is what I do. I am not going to be swayed to the left and the right. PF talked extensively about identity, so I won't go into that. Okay? Next, when there is emotional resilience, one can reduce the risk of mental health issues. And I'm going to go ahead and show you 6 warning signs of mental health illness in adolescents. Just have a look. Just have a look. Mood changes. You need to look out for feelings of sadness or withdrawal. When somebody has been exposed to abuse, right? On social media, for instance, or somebody has been exposed to bullying at school, how do they respond? Do they withdraw into their shell and completely are reduced to feeling like they are nothing? Or do they have the internal capacity to bounce back? That is that resilience. There's also behavior changes. So we always say when a person has been bullied, there is the potential that they can become bullies because that is how they know to process it. And the question is, What are the parents doing? How are the parents helping them realize that because somebody has acted towards you from a place of superiority, because that's what bullying is about. It is a power play, isn't it? You do it because you can, because you feel bigger, stronger, or whatever than the person on the other side. Or if it is digital bullying, you say it because you can, or you feel a sense of superiority. When a person has been exposed to that, or a child has been exposed to that, is their response to return fire for fire. What are we doing at home? Bearing in mind that parents do bully their children. That's a hard pill. I'm going to let you swallow it. Parents bully their children. The moment you are saying something that is along the lines of, because I said so, you're not backing it up with any reason, any explanation, any coming to an understanding. Now, I know some people will struggle with this because they are probably thinking, so are you saying I need to explain myself to my child? Yes, because you need that child to move from that state of dependency on your direction all of the time to the point where they can self-initiate. Now, this is an age-dependent thing. So factor that into this conversation. If that child is old enough to ask why, then you need to be giving that child an explanation. If that child does not understand the direction that you're giving and you're insisting on having your way, that is bullying. You're doing it because you're bigger, you're stronger. Maybe they're financially dependent on you, right? And you're doing it because you can. An adult, if it was an adult to adult interaction, that would probably not take place. All right. So when a child is exposed to that, is their response to return fire for fire? Or do they have alternatives? Intense feelings, overwhelming fear, crippling fear, right? Going to those, social anxiety issues that we've talked about earlier. For some of them, it's physical symptoms, consistent headaches, migraines, stomach aches, churning in their bodies. For some, they go the route of self-injury and self-harm. We've talked about suicide, all right? There's unexplained weight loss. They're not eating because they have been exposed to somebody somewhere who has treated them unkindly. So they're able to dissociate from the action of somebody, right? And who they believe they are. When emotional resilience is optimal, then you can reduce the risks of those mental health issues. Then we talk about positive development and equipping the children for the future. Like I said earlier, a child or a person will be exposed to challenges. We are fantastic, but we are not all in all. There's a lot that is outside of our control, right? There's a lot that we cannot determine outcomes of. Okay? We can expect, we can hope, but things are not always going to go our way. So what is it that we are going to do? So this is you having a conversation with that child who has encountered some difficulty. How are you going to process this? I'm here. Let's work together on this. Okay? And it's not a case of you swooping in. And I know that's something that parents like to do. It makes us feel powerful, doesn't it? Makes us feel all in all. The truth is, your children already think that you're a superhero. So you don't need to dress it up much further than that. You need to let them and support them to develop that capacity on their own. So that growth mindset development, helping them understand that mistakes are there for you to learn. They don't define you, okay? Improving with practice, doing it over and over again, getting up and trying again. Sports is a good way to learn this, right? If you're trying to increase capacity, you try and try again. You have a goal, you hit a target, and then you want to do better next time. I'm sure Mufara he can tell us all about this with all his records and all of that. Recognizing that feedback is valuable. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. Even adults can't take feedback, but they dish it like they are so comfortable with dishing out criticism. No consideration for the person they're dishing it to, right? And that child is supposed to take it. but they need to be willing to take feedback. That is how we grow. And, self-examining and saying, is this the best I can do? Can I push the envelope just a bit more? That is how I believe Maya Angelou moved from those limitations in her childhood to being a 50 PhD honorary degree holder. I mean, that is a leap. But she must have deployed the capacity to do better every single time. I say to my boys all the time, you're not in competition with anybody. That is you recognizing your wholeness as a person. However, your responsibility is to make sure that you're better than you were yesterday. That is what keeps you on an upward trajectory. So you're not comparing. You're not looking at the other person and saying, oh, that person is doing much better. Then you're forgetting your originality because you are made perfect. In your perfection, however, you can increase. And then finally, not giving up. Thomas Edison, 9,999 times. Now, the growth mindset is where our focus needs to be when we're supporting our children to become emotionally resilient. Doing away with the fixed mindset of saying, I know everything, and then falling down flat on one's face or on one's face. Or when that self-limiting mindset is there, that I'll never be that smart, I'll never be that good. Or I'm not even going to try because I don't want to make a mistake. Now, this can be a response to our critical voices. It's a good point to remind us that your voice becomes your child's inner voice. So a self-check that you must do as a parent is to ask yourself, what am I saying to this child? What is my voice when they remember something I said years ago or something I said last week? What is it going to provoke in the mind of that child? Is it confidence? Is it, look, dust it off, go again? Or it is, I knew it. You were not that fantastic anyway. I always knew you couldn't manage that, right? So when that child remembers that, then they're not going to raise their hand to answer a question in class because the person who is their source of identity has told them, you're not all that. You're basic, right? And it's not that you will use those words. Is your demeanor, is that look, is that leaving them to figure it out or jumping in? Two-edged sword that can be, okay? And then the child is thinking, I've done the barest minimum. That's it. We're just going to leave it be there, all right? Is it as against, like we said earlier, is this the best that I can do? Can I do better? Can I try again? And, that give up tendency. I'm just going to walk away from this. It's not for me. But how do you know it's not for you when you've not even tried? Or you tried twice and then you decide, I can't manage that. I don't have the capacity to manage that. Two-edged sword there again, it's important for a child to know where their strengths are. And it's our job as parents to help them navigate those, identify, and then continue to build on it. But when a child has not even made an effort, or you can't even say it's a significant effort, and the child has given up, emotional resilience is missing. So, how can you help your child develop emotional resilience? I'm going to ask, please, that you let me know when I'm getting close to, my time. Thank you, admin. How can you help? My time is up. Okay. All right. How can you help your child develop emotional resilience? And we're going to whistle through this. One, you need to develop it yourself and model it. Now, one of the things I remember, and I've talked about my childhood, but so that it was not all bad, is that I saw resilience modeled. My mom, she was a never say, die kind of person. She would pick herself up and try again. And even though it was difficult to see at that time, I find that I've picked it up too. If there is a problem, there is a solution. Okay? If there is an issue, how do we tackle it? What is it that we need to do? If you find that you are falling apart at every challenge, your child is soaking that up. If what you do is lash out every time there is conflict, every time there is a problem, that in itself is an issue. And that's something you need to work on. That's a you problem. That is something that you need to fix urgently, because children absorb what we do a lot more than what we say. So it's important for you to develop it and model it yourself. Next, you want to create an emotionally safe space. You want to be your child's safe space. Yourself as a person, the environment that you create around that child. What you're signaling is the world might be hard, the world might be tough, but this is home. You can always come back home. You are confused, come here, I've got you. Okay? You want to do this, however, with connection and boundaries. So there needs to be a balance. It's not whatever you do outside, I'm going to cover you. That's not what we're saying. If you break the law, my response would be to ensure that the police never find out. No, it's important to let the child know what is right and what is not. And PF talked about systems earlier. What is that structure? What is our understanding or orientation of what is appropriate and what is not? It is those boundaries. However, you need to create that connection, because when there are boundaries without relationship, then there will be problems. When there are rules without relationships, rebellion is around the corner. It's only a matter of time. Then you want to parent with love and logic. Balancing love and logic. And basically, this is about letting natural consequences take their course. We're not jumping in to prevent the child from dealing with the consequences of their actions. So the child has made a mistake. The mistake does not define them, that's fine. But the child has done something that's not right to another person. You make them write an apology letter. You force them, compel them to process that and take responsibility. They do it enough times, that behavior is going to be addressed. If you look away and you say, oh, it's just a child, how long? All right? Parents with love and logic. And when you find that things are getting a bit challenging, leverage professional help. There is support available to you. Psychology, human psychology has been studied since the 1850s. All right. So there's studies, there's behavior has been mapped out, there's been observed, there's been studies, there's been research carried out. Leverage those. Let a coach walk you through it. Sometimes parents go through the see finish syndrome. Okay. So you want a third party to have a conversation with that child. Those things that you're trying to drum into them, they may sink faster when it's somebody that they don't have that connection with. And when I say connection, it's that maternal or paternal connection with. Okay, so the counselor or the coach is coming from an objective perspective, and they can dish out that information and support your child through that growth process. So very quickly, this is a bonus. Let's look at signs of emotional intelligence. And to do this, I have created this checklist for you to go away with. So you're welcome. All right. This is my gift to you. You want to sit with yourself and observe all of this criteria. You want to do it periodically, monthly, just to recognize where the pitfalls are and what you want to be focusing on. So you want to ask yourself from your observation, does the child bounce back after setbacks? Do they recover fairly quickly from disappointment or failure? Your yeses, fantastic. Celebrate those. Highlight that to the child. Let them know that you see it and you recognize it. But where there is no, that is your area of focus. That is what you should be paying attention to. Okay? I'm trying to wrap up very quickly now. Please know that you are your child's you're the emotional architect of your child's support system. And you have to be aware that every conversation, every creative moment, every shared activity lays a brick of strength. With nurturing, challenges can become stepping stones. Mistakes fuel growth, and children can learn to not just survive, but to thrive with emotional resilience. Okay, I have a few quotes, and the last one is for you to deliver to your children. Margaret Thatcher said, you may have to fight a battle more than once to win it. Maya Angelou said, I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it. And this is something that I want you to pass on to your children as often as you can. Say it to them until they accept it and believe it as truth. And then maybe they can pass it on to their children. Winnie the Pooh said, you are braver than you believe. stronger than you seem, and you are smarter than you think. Thank you so much for going with me on this journey. And I believe that you can now take the responsibility for your child's emotional resilience journey and take it forward. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Coach Desola. Thank you for that amazing session. And chat, just as we're making this our culture, can we unmute ourselves and say thank you, Coach Desola? Thank you very much, Coach D. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chart. Thank you for sticking by. And it's been an amazing session, back to back, wealth of knowledge, just dished to us by amazing experienced speakers. So we will take the next few minutes to just stretch our legs wherever we are, and get some water, get some drink. I believe it's getting sunny where I am. In my own corner in the world, so I'll just get a drink, get hydrated. So please, let's just have some three minute reflection time. You might just choose to reflect on everything we've done so far, everything you've listened to so far, and just think about your parenting journey as well, and think about what you need to put in place. You can begin to think about the questions you want to ask in the Q&A session later on. And also, yeah, just stretch your legs. Why not use the toilet? Why not? So we will be commencing with the next session in the next 3 minutes. So yeah, see you soon. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Good, good. Welcome back, everyone. So, we'll be moving to the next session, and we have our next speaker already aboard. So if you still have your drinks beside you, that's good. That's good. And if you haven't still shared the link to this meeting, you can still do that because we've got more interesting sessions to go through, and more enlightening sessions to go through. So please do that. So our next speaker is Blessing Oladimeji, and I would be reading a very short profile about Blessing. So Blessing is the lead parenting consultant of Inparental Family Services and convener of Inparental Annual Parenting Conference with 6 editions, which believes family is the bedrock of nation building. Blessing trained as a family life practitioner with Fowowe International and has represented the academy on several platforms. She is uniquely known for teaching with a simple yet powerful approach, practical tools, wisdom, and empathy. Blessing engages parents with intentional and experiential parenting. We have several families have defined their parenting standards by unlearning wrong approaches, imbibed salient approaches to parenting, and redefining parenting for today's couples. Blessing is the author of the books titled Parenting is Huge, Navigating the Foundational Years of Your Child, and Speak Out Your World. She is a conference speaker and counselor. She has been privileged to speak on parenting topics on many platforms within and outside Nigeria, such as churches, schools, conferences, workshops, seminars, channels TV, TVC, and the rest. She is the host of the Parenting Journey with Blessing on her YouTube channel. She is happily married to Adeyemi, and they are blessed with 3 amazing handsome princes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I present to you Blessing Oladimeji. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Coach Desola, thank you. Thank you for the honor. It's an honor to have my people here. It's an honor to have Coach PF, Coach Fowowe has come, Coach Desola has come ahead, and she has made it easy for me. So I'm just going to lounge here today because they have set the foundation. And thank you so much for doing this. Thank you. We need this right now in the world, and it's never too much. It's never too much. I want to believe you can hear me loud and clear. If you can hear me, just let me know. Give a thumbs up so that I know that we're together, right? Let me know. Oh, awesome. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me. Okay, and I want to just start by saying a word of prayer before we start. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you because this is the day that you have made, and we rejoice and we are glad in it. Thank you, Father, because today you're starting something new in families in the name of Jesus. And we pray that the impact shall last, it shall stay forever in the name of Jesus. Father, we receive peace in every home in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen. Amen. Okay. So let me just share my slide as I start. Okay, so let me know if you can see my slide. Once you can see my slide, let me know you can see my slide and I will start. Raising resilient families, building routine and rituals. That's what I've been sent to talk about. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Resilient families. You know, these words are things that we hear. You hear raising, you hear resilient, you hear routine, you hear rituals, right? So we're familiar with these words. But like I say, I simplify intentional parenting. That's what I do. I don't make it complex. I don't like it to be complex. I believe it can be simplified so we don't have it complex. So I want to share a disclaimer with us as I start that I am not a perfect parent. I am a parent like every one of us here. I have 3 princes, and that makes me the only girl in my house. So I have 4 boys in the house, right? And I have 3 princes, and I'm not a perfect parent. Even though they think I'm a super woman, I'm a superhero, but trust me, I am not a perfect parent. I make mistakes also. And I've had times too that even my routine and rituals were all over the place. In fact, when I was preparing for today's session, the Holy Spirit actually drew my attention to something that I did not know was very, very important. And I'm going to share it with us as well. Okay, so I want us to picture a family that in the mornings, they're always rushing. They're always shouting at each other. Maybe there's a forgotten lunchbox. Everything is chaotic. They're not getting things, or they're looking for the car keys. You know, I don't know if you have, I don't know how many of us have had such mornings. If you've had such mornings, let me know. Let me know. Have you had such mornings like, everything is all over the place. You're looking for this. Okay, yes, we've had such mornings. You're shouting in the mornings. You're screaming at each other. Bring this. Where is your shoe? Where is the second leg? Where is this? Your books are not in the bag. You see, those kind of mornings, when you go to some homes and you're not feeling those noise, that more, you're not feeling that rush, everything is just calm and cool. I want you to know that there's an invisible system going on in that home. It's that invisible system that we're here to talk about today. That how do we bring it into our home? How do we get it into our lives? So that's what we are going to share with us today. Because most parents want to raise resilient families. That's the truth. But a lot of us are overwhelmed. Life is happening. Life is pulling us. Life needs us. Different things happening in our lives. And it has become a very big challenge to build resilience through routine and rituals. But I pray that the Holy Spirit will help us today. And after today, we will take everything that we have learned from all the sessions and we'll be able to run our families with systems in Jesus' name. Okay, so let me just define the concept, just to make it clearer. Resilience is the ability to bounce back and adapt positively during stress or change. So that's what resilience means. Mean that you will fall, but how do you get up? How do you pick up? How do you continue again? That's what resilience means. So when we talk about resilience, it's built through repeated actions that we do daily. Repeated actions. It's not a nice to have. It's not like something that is just nice to have. And it's something that cannot work in emotion. It cannot work in emergencies. If it is there, it is already there. And if it is not there, it's not there. So resilience is the ability to bounce back. It's possible as a family you have started. I remember there was a time that my husband and myself just noticed that everything was all over the place in the home. Our routines, our rituals were just scattered. And we had to catch ourselves to say, wait, let us pause. what is going on here? What is happening? And we realized that there were disruptions going on in our home. We had aged parents around that were not feeling well. So when someone is going to the hospital, someone is doing that, and the help to now left at that time. So it was just so much going on. But the beauty of this is the ability to come back, to catch yourself. In parenting, you always fall. It's okay. What we're saying is get up. Get up. Don't just be there. Get up. Just, start, continue, proceed. So routines and rituals help us to bounce back. You can't just say, I want to bounce back. No, you have to set some things in place to help us to bounce back. Routines are a predictable pattern of activities. They keep life organized. When you know what to do in the mornings, so the examples are morning preparation. When you know that when you wake up in the morning, you pray, you say a word of prayer. I'm trying to remember the routines that my children have. So you say a word of prayer. It's not serious prayer. It's just thanking God for waking me up. That's number one. Before you get up from the bed, you have that morning preparation. You wake up, you lay your bed. You know what to do per time. I intentionally put it on my children's routine that brush your teeth before having their bath. Now, it's because of two reasons. Number one, when they brush their teeth, they can wake up. In the mornings, you want to sleep, you're tired, you don't feel like getting up. So brush your teeth. I put it intentionally before having your bath. So that when a child is coming, a child does not forget to brush their teeth before going to school. Because it's possible. It's possible to forget to brush your teeth, even as an adult. I'm sure some of us have forgotten to brush our teeth before. So that routine, the bedtime wind down, there must be a system around it. I know Coach Fowowe, that's my Oga at the top, he talked about systems. Coach Desola to mention systems. So today I'm going to show us how routines and rituals are systems that we can actually bring into our homes. Now, rituals are repeated practice with emotional or spiritual meaning. Maybe you have a ritual in your home already. You have movie nights, you have pizza day, you celebrate birthdays. Some people cannot remember celebrating their birthdays when they were growing up. They were not celebrating birthdays, but you can make it a ritual in your family. Nothing big. Just know that every birthdays we have in our family, there will be a cake and we'll take pictures. It can be that, but it's a ritual that when our children are older, when they have left the home, they will remember that we were doing these things. So systems are consistent patterns and structure that reliably produce results. They will always produce results. That's what they do. Now, I want to say I'm not ignorant of the realities of today. The struggles are real. The struggles are very, very real. So we have mental chaos. Before we wake up in the morning, we're already thinking of how the day will go. There's school runs, we have homework, there are bills to pay, emails to attend to, and there's so much. So these are the realities of the day. And it happens to us as we grow older. And guess what? Our children also have their mental chaos. So I want us to know that it's not only adults that experience all these things. Our children also experience it as well. Time and seasons pressure. I don't know if you understand that as our children get older in their classes, their homework become heavier. Heavier homework to do. It becomes harder. And there are also extracurricular activities that we have to include in our schedules because the best time to start is when they are younger. It can even be a newborn in the house. There's a newborn. That one has already told you that this is a new season. So our lives are in phases. The realities can be transitions. You know what happens when you want to have a resilient family. You want routines, you want rituals, but you're moving homes, you're relocating, you're changing schools, job changes. It's a whole lot. It can affect our mental space. And there's also the guilt that you're always feeling that you're never present enough for your kids. There's a change in economic status also, whereby we have inflation. Things that you could easily afford, all of a sudden it's like, we can't easily afford it. What do we do? So these are the realities that most families face, and this makes them to say, oh, no, everything is scattered, no routines, no rituals in the home, everybody should just forget about it. Some families, just because of this, that birthday celebrations that they have, they will stop doing it because they're saying, the economic status in the home has changed and we cannot afford to do it. You don't have to have a big cake. You can have one cupcake and put a candle on it. That shows that the rituals are still intact. So if you have experienced any of these realities in recent times, I want you to go to the chat room and just write, which one of them have you experienced? Which one of them are your realities? Which one of them are your realities right now? Okay, I like us to be interactive, so I don't feel like I'm the only one speaking, and that's okay. So let me just move on and continue. So research has a lot to say about families with consistent routines and rituals. Families with consistent routines show better emotional regulation in children. So when there are proper routines in our homes, in the mornings, you already know everything is in place. The children already know what to do. Children they're already aware that, okay, the water bottle I'm taking to school, I filled it with water. Let's even say I filled it at night. So it's there, it's organized. So consistent routines, the car key has a fixed place that it stays and everybody knows. We all know what to do in the morning. Nobody's forgetting to say, oh, I'm leaving the home. You've not combed your hair. You've not done this. Everyone knows what to do. There are chores also that are included in routines. So the American Academy of Pediatrics says that rituals help children manage stress and transition better. So rituals are when in a situations whereby the family will come together. It's a connection time. It's an emotional system that is put in the home. It helps children adapt better to change, improve academic performance, reduce behavioral issues because we can talk about it. Some people have this dining and table system that they share. They talk about the day. Some do not do that. It can be the bedtime winding down. So they just talk about the day. What has happened today? What are you happy about today? What made you sad today? What areas were you kind today? Did you shine your lights today? That's one question we ask our children because we say that in our home, we shine our light everywhere we go. So we ask them when they come, were you kind today? Did you shine your lights today? So this is what rituals help us to do because without systems, we'll continuously default to survival mode. But with systems, we will see that we thrive as we're supposed to thrive. Now, I said I'm going to show us how routines and rituals are family systems. We don't have enough time, but I will try to just explain to us. When we talk about systems, I want us to understand what systems are in this situation. I know that a lot of us talk about the systems in the UK. We talk about the train system. And Coach PF also talked about it. That's Coach Fowowe. And he said that train system whereby nothing can change it. The time is the time. When you want to look at it, you say, have you ever thought, let me even ask us, have you ever thought about it? Like, have you ever thought that, can you replicate systems in your home? Because sometimes we think some things are for organizations, some things are for churches, but our families are like organizations. Our family is a nation. That's what our family is. It is a nation. Our family is a nation. So our family, they're organizations. So if systems work in organizations, then very much systems also can work in our homes. Do we see that there? Systems are a set of patterns. They're actions, they're structures that consistently produce results. So when we have family systems, it makes our homes flourish. It helps our family stay grounded in stress, because we'll always experience changes, we'll experience transitions. I want us to remember that when we think about transitions, our children also experience transitions. Because of the way we grew up, some of us do not remember that we experienced transitions because our parents did not even listen to us or did not believe it. But please, I want us to get it into our consciousness that our children also experience transitions. They'll be going into new classes, that's a transition. They're going to meet a new teacher, that's a transition. Some of them move to a new country, a new location, a new state. That's a transition that your child is facing. And this is where we have to have conversations with them. This is what our rituals will help us with. We can have conversations with our children around the transitions they're experiencing, to let them know that transitions will always occur. Adults experience, you tell them, as your mom and dad, I also experience transitions. You would always experience transitions. So systems here, I want us to see routines as functional systems in the home. We have the morning routine, we have the chore time, we have the bedtime routine. So starting the day should not be in panic mode. It should not be chaotic. So if it has been chaotic, I want us to go back and say, what have I been doing wrong? I need to look at this again. I need to look at this. Let me tell us, it's possible to have a calm home. My princes have grown. My first prince will be 14, my second is 10, and my third is 8. Sometimes I don't stand up from the bed in the mornings. They know what to do, but it's routines that help them to know what to do. Nobody is waking up and going back to the bed to lie down. No, you know what to do. But it didn't start like that. It was step by step. Before I got to that point that I could release them to say, okay, I don't have to stand up in the mornings, they would do it. That's the beauty of morning routines. It helps to start the day with peace. Everybody knows where everything is. We always say something in our home that everything has a place. So you have to say this thing has its place. So look for the place where it is. And it helps you not to shout. So if your child has dropped something where they shouldn't, you just remind them and ask, is this the place that this thing should be? You see, you don't need to shout. You don't have to scream and say, why are you putting this thing? Just ask the child. Everything has a place. This shoe should be on the shoe rack, not here. Simple. You don't have to shout. You don't have to shout. Okay, so it helps with chores. When we have routines in the home, it helps to give our children chores. Our children should know what they should do. It's a sign of responsibility. When our children can say, I do this in the mornings. They can tell you that they sweep, or they can tell you that they just ensure that there's water in the fridge. It doesn't have to be anything serious. It can just be cleaning up the living room space. It can just be, ensuring that the table in the kitchen is clean. So you give them chores to do. Bedtime routine anchors rest and bonding, whereby you don't just go to sleep. There must be something. So personally, going to sleep at night when I was a child, I never hugged my parents to sleep. And it was something I decided to do. So I have boys, and yes, they are boys. And I hug them before they sleep every night. After when they're saying, good night, mom, it's with a hug and a peck on the forehead. It's just an intentional practice of intentional parenting. I didn't grow up doing it. So it's not something that you will say, oh, okay, I grew up doing this thing. No, I didn't grow up doing it. I just learned it and decided to bring it in the home. Even though, do you know what? My 14-year-old son, or my soon to be 14-year-old, he stopped hugging before he goes to sleep. And he just said, Mom, I just want to give you chop knuckle, or I want to just shake you. And I said, okay, he's growing, it's okay, it's fine. So rituals are emotional and cultural systems in the home. They're the emotional and cultural systems that our children will remember in future. So in case you did not have this growing up, you don't have to deprive your children of such. They can have it. It can be simple things as family monthly outing, family devotions. You might not have family devotions every day. You can choose a day of the week that everyone you come together, you read the Bible together and you share. You can pray every day, but you don't go deep. But you know that you have a day in the week that you all sit together and you share. Everyone says something. That's a way to build the spiritual anchoring in our homes. It can be birthdays, like I said. You don't just let the day go like that. Because some of us we are traumatized. We don't celebrate birthdays. We don't remember our birthdays. Because growing up, it was nothing. But how about us start in our new nation, which is our family, and say, I'm going to start this. I'm going to do this in our home. We can do that. So the rituals are also very important. In fact, let me gist us quickly. I remember that we have this family monthly outing. So we didn't want to have a scattered system of just going out to eat out, to eat out. So we decided to put it on a system, right? And we said, okay, first Sunday of every month, we'll go out to eat. And it's good for me, of course. I don't have to cook. So, hey, it's welcome. Because some women will say, no, the food outside is not like my own. Mothers receive deliverance today in Jesus' name. And leave that WhatsApp group. Allow them. No, every food cannot be like your food, but sometimes just allow. And we go out to eat. You know, we do that intentionally first Sunday of every month. What I realized is this. My princes never forget. I don't know how they have that calendar on their brains. And they're already reminding us, oh, next week is first Sunday. Oh, tomorrow is first Sunday. My hubby and I would have forgotten, but they will not forget. And when I was preparing for this, the Holy Spirit actually called my attention to something. There was a time that when our children, when they do something like they misbehave or they've done something wrong, we're giving it as a consequence to say, we're not going to have the first Sunday of the month because you did this. And the Holy Spirit told me that no, you can't make it as a consequence. It's meant to be a connection time. It's meant to be, it's a ritual. It shouldn't be broken. Give them a consequence with other things. Don't attach it to the connection system. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was telling my husband, I said, can you imagine? The Holy Spirit just told me that you guys have not been doing this thing right. We should never tamper with the ritual in our home. If you're getting something already, I want you to go to the chat room and say something. Yes, no, I'm getting something, I'm getting something, I'm getting something. Let me know, let me know, let me know. Let me know. I feel alone here. So let me know I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Let me know. Let me know. Okay, awesome. Yes, I'm liking this. I'm enjoying this. Yes, fabulous. Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so now I know we're together. I can continue. Don't mind me. I like to play a lot. Okay. So why are systems important? Why are they important? You know, I just told us now that systems build resilience. We're trying to raise resilient families, and that's why we're sharing this today. So everyone here is going to live here knowing that my family, we're ready. We will bounce back. I don't care where you are right now. I don't care how much you have fallen, but the ability to bounce back is beautiful in intentional parenting. the ability to start afresh, to say, oh, you know how the GPS, you're going out and you've missed your road and it just reroutes you. It's okay. That's what we're going to do today. We'll reroute in our homes and say, we're ready now to build systems into our homes because we're ready to raise resilient families. Systems provide predictability in uncertainties because it gives psychological stability to us. Our children always want to know what to do next. I hope we know. See, when your child tells you, Mom, Dad, I am bored, you know what they're saying? They're asking you, what's next? That's what they're saying. I'm sure we have a lot of children that go, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored. I have one of them. Like 3 of them, they do it, but I have one that is always blessed with, I'm bored. I said, it's good to be bored. When you're bored, it helps you to be creative. So it's okay, be bored. I would tell him someone was bored and the person created the television you're watching. Someone was bored and the person created the chair you're sitting on. So it's okay to be bored. But when our children say, I'm bored, they're trying to ask us, what next? What do you want me to do next? So this is why systems are very good in the home. It gives psychological stability. That's what it does. It gives that psychological stability. And we all know what to do next. It helps children to be stable. You know, I know we had to actually write out our routine so that our children could see it first and they could get it in. And something happened recently that it warmed my heart. In fact, it happened just yesterday. So my princes went for a sleepover and they were packing everything. And I just saw them pack their devotional book. Oh my goodness. I felt like, oh no, this is so good. You know, because I felt they packed their load just one night sleepover. But the way they packed their boxes, because I didn't pack for them, they packed in a way that they followed the routine. So in their mind, there was the, oh, I brush my teeth. Where's the toothbrush? Oh, I have my bath. Where's my sponge? Oh, I comb my hair. Where's the comb? Are we getting it right there? You see, it's just simple things that we can actually miss. And you know, maybe when they got to the part of their devotional guide and they packed their devotional book and they packed their, you know, so they have a particular book that they're reading, like, you know, educative book. And I saw them put it in. And that warmed my heart to say, listen, you're doing something right. Because, you know, as a parent, sometimes we don't know what we're doing. Even though I'm a parenting coach, it doesn't mean I get it right all the time. Routines give emotional safety in chaos. It gives emotional safety. There's just, everybody's just calm because we know the next thing to do. It keeps identity and connection alive. Remember, I told us that's what rituals do. Rituals are times when we come together as a family. We come together, we discuss, we play together, you know, we do different things. It keeps that identity, it keeps that connection. It helps us to bond, it helps us to feel belonged. There's a sense of belonging when rituals are practiced in the home. There's a sense of belonging. You know, it can even be sports. Through sports, you can actually also build rituals. For example, my husband and my children, there's this karate thing program they've been running for years now. Even though my princes are getting tired, you know, they've moved from white belts to brown belts, you know, so they've gone a long way. But what my husband did is this. He had done karate in the past, but because of them, he started from white belt from the scratch. Actually helped to bond them together. So when they're learning, they're together. When they're practicing at home too, it helped them to be together. So rituals, you can have movie nights. You allow the children choose. It's not every time you choose the movie and say, intentionally, we're watching this one. You know, we parents know how to be that extra. To say, there's one movie, there are many things to learn. Children, get here. No, we do it together. You have days. You tell the children, choose your movies yourself. What do you want to watch? Agree, decide, and you do it together. So when there's crisis, because life will always throw crises at us at different seasons in our lives, the systems that we have built in our homes anchor the family and help recovery. It helps us to, heal faster. And it also helps with life skill development. Yes, routine actually teaches us discipline. It teaches discipline. It teaches that there are chores to be done. You don't just get up and feel people will do things for you. It teaches discipline, and that's the beauty of it. So when you include chores, children know what to do. It helps them to take responsibility. It helps with time management. It helps them to take initiative without their parents. They can do things without having their parents around. They know, okay, I should read this book. I should practice the piano. I should do this thing. They just know what to do. And it really, really helps. So systems are very important to build resilient families. And I will encourage every one of us to adopt it in our homes today. Okay. Okay. So now I want to talk about the framework for raising resilient families through rituals and routines. I use the acronym ACE, ACE, so that we can remember. I like us to remember things, so I like to use acronyms a lot, so that if you don't remember anything, you're able to remember the acronym ACE, ACE. To see it that the first one, that A, stands for anchor points. Anchor points are in the routine. The routine builds that steady foundation that we have. Then they are non-negotiables because they give structure and they give security in the home. For example, the family meal. Some people want to have lunch together. They want to have dinner together. The consistent bed and wake times, weekly planning moments, it helps a lot. So the routines, when you remember routines, I want you to remember the A, which is the anchor points. And see that they are non-negotiable. There are things that are non-negotiable in the home. They are steady, they are steadfast. The C is for connection rituals, which are the heart builders. So when we say connection rituals here, I mean coming together, the intentional habits that nurture our relationships, the intentional habits that nurture parent-child relationship. Parent-child relationship is something I'm big on. I'm very, very big on parent-child relationship because I know that a lot of us, we did not have it good with our parents. Some of us call our parents now under compulsion. If I don't call them, they will start disturbing me. So before they disturb me with irrelevances, let me call them. But that's not the aim for intentional parenting. Intentional parenting says you should build a healthy relationship with your children. You should know what is going on in your children's lives. That's what connection rituals do. When we sit together as a family, you want to know, what are you going through? What's making you happy at the moment? What emotions are you feeling? What are you thinking about? You want to know, what are you scared about? Oh, there's going to be transitions soon. You're going to let them know you're going to have a new teacher. And it doesn't make the new teacher bad. It's just that you've not adapted. So you need some time to adapt to your new teacher. They will continue to compare their last teacher with the new teacher. It's just normal. Let our children know this during our connection rituals. Have those conversations with them. The devotions. Devotion is not a time to talk about everyone's error. I remember growing up, a lot of us that are Christians, we knew what devotion were. It was more like the time for... In fact, I remember one day, I had to go to my dad finished the devotion and it was just saying things that we had done previous day. I just went, when we were done with the devotion, I just went to take the book. I saw that it was not what we did I was reading. I said, oh my goodness, these parents. So if we want our devotions to be fun for our children, don't make it a strict affair. Just let them know that I want to enjoy time with God. It's time for God. It's time to enjoy the moments with God. How many of us can remember having beautiful, beautiful devotions when growing up? When growing up, are you looking forward to the devotions? You allow the children, say things too. Let them communicate. Let them say how they feel. Let them lead the devotions. Parents, we do not always have to lead the devotions. You prepare your children ahead. You're going to lead. You're going to lead. In fact, there was something I saw on social media recently, and I did it. It was so fantastic. I saw it that people would, I think they were teenagers. They picked, there were papers. There was, and how do I describe it? So they had you have written something in papers, tiny papers. You squeeze them up, and the children just pick, and they discuss on anything that they see on that paper. Bringing it into the Christian, from something from the Bible, or just to exhort us. So we did it in our home, and it was fantastic. That was the devotion for that day. It was a night, so we majorly tried to do our devotions at night because we know how mornings can be. And someone picked light and talked about light. Let your light shine before all men. And before we knew what was happening, he started preaching. And we said, wow. Someone picked joy, instead talking about it. Someone picked salt and was talking about it. So make devotions, make your rituals an exciting moment. When our children grow older, because one thing with routines is that routines can change. And that's the E there, which is the elastic adjustment. Have spaces for flexibility. Be flexible. Things happen. When our children grow older, things will change. So the child that sleeps at 8:30 because of homework that has increased may start sleeping at 9:30 or even 10 p.m., your teenager. So you need to welcome that and let your teenager know that I see you. I get it. I understand it's getting harder. I remember my time too. It was like this. And the child feels they get it. They see me. Our children want to feel accepted in the home. They want to feel heard. They want to feel seen. That's how our children want to feel in the home. They want to feel accepted. They want to feel seen. That's how they want to feel in the home. Okay. All right, I got that. Okay, so let's just continue. So elastic adjustment, flexibility with purpose. Built-in flexibility for seasons of change. There will be times that things will scatter in the home. Things will change. Anything can happen. It can be illness. It can be a loss of job. It can be anything at all. We must remember ACE on how to raise resilient families through rituals and routines. I have to hurry up now so that I can move. Okay. So what are the key benefits of resilient families through routine and ritual? I think I've talked about this. I touched this, but studies show that families with consistent routine, they have 40% lower stress and better conflict resolution during crisis. I've explained this initially, whereby the psychological stability, bonding and belonging, the life skill development, right? Because it teaches discipline, adaptability, and time management. The children will be able to manage their time. They know that in the mornings, they have many things to do. And it's possible, trust me. If everything is well organized, your children can still they can lay their beds in the morning. They can still do certain things in the morning before they go to school. So what are the consequences of a home lacking ritual and routine? There are more conflicts, there's less cooperation. Because everything is always, because life is always happening. Let me put it that way. Because life is always happening. So there's constant shouting, there's rushing, There's just a lot going on. Everyone is reactive. Children feel insecure. They feel uncertain. But when it is clear that this is what goes on in the home, this is the next thing to do, it helps children feel secure and certain. See, because when our children feel insecure and uncertain, you know what happens? They start looking at other families and wishing they were in those families. I'm sure growing up, a lot of us saw some families and you preferred it to yours. You just loved some families. I'm sure as I'm talking now, some names are coming to your mind. That what was going on in that family. Now that we're older, it's systems that were going on in that family. It's routines that were going on in that family. It's rituals that were going on in that family. So there's higher stress environment. There's a loss of family identity and shared meanings. When you don't have rituals in the family, when you don't have connection time, when you don't come together as one, no matter how busy you are, you don't come together as one. It just happens that in the home, you realize that there's just a lot of things scattered in the home. A lot of things scattered in the home. And I'll be rounding up now, telling us the practical steps to build resilience through systems. Start small. Pick one routine, one ritual to start with. Start small. No pressure. One step at a time. Involve everyone. Let our children suggest what matters most. It's not only us. Let's not make the mistake of being the only ones as parents telling our children what to do. Let us involve them. That's how it will work. Communication. Provide updates on occurrences. Talk about the plans when things are not going to happen. For example, maybe you need to go out to eat, but if there's a family project and the money has changed, so you have to save more. Let the children know that we may not go to that big place we wanted to go to, but we'll still go somewhere. Communicate. Communicate. Protect. Protect the times that you have. That means that you treat every ritual, you treat it as an appointment that you cannot cancel. Sometimes when I say I have a meeting, some people don't know that the meeting is with my children. It's okay, you don't have to know. But it's an appointment that you don't cancel because they're expecting it. Treat routines in your daily, that morning preparation, treat it in a way that you're not going to forget. Treat it in a way that you cannot cancel it. Adapt in seasons. Routines can flex with changing life stages. Adapt, learn to adapt. Celebrate your small wins. When you have been able to achieve things, you have put things together at night before morning so that you don't have a rushing morning. You already know where you keep your keys, you know where you keep the shoes, you know why the bags should go back to the backpack. Celebrate your small wins and tell everybody, look at us. We're doing it. We're doing it because it happened to us, myself and my husband and myself. There was a time that I said that we had our parents around, they were not feeling well. It was all over. But when we caught ourselves, we celebrated our small wins. We said, we're doing this. We're doing this. Look at it. It's getting organized again. And we're so excited. And keep it visible. Stick on notes. Put reminders on the fridge. You can write out the routine and print it out. Let your children see. The younger ones, you can make it colorful. Let them see it, paste it till it gets into their mind. The family calendar, the rituals, put them, the routines, put them on sticky notes so that we can remember. So in conclusion, I want to let us know that just in case you've had scattered routines and ritual before today, and you're looking at yourself and say, oh my goodness, can I do it? Yes. You can do it. I'm here to encourage you and to tell you that broken crayons still color. Have you seen a crayon that is broken before? Does it stop it from being able to color? No. That means that you can start over. You can still build resilience. Routines and rituals, they're not just schedules. They're not nice to have. They are invisible systems that keep love alive and keep resilience growing. Resilience is not about perfection. It's about consistency. It's about the intentional steps. So from today, I want us to start today. And as I round up, I want you to go to the chat box and say something you're going to start doing today and something you're going to stop doing. So just write it on what you're going to start doing, what you're going to stop doing. I thought I would have few more minutes to do that, but I'm sure I have to stop now. Thank you so much, Coach Desola, for having me. You can follow me on my social media platforms in Parential and YouTube. I have the Parenting Journey with Blessing. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so very much, Coach Blessing. Thank you so much. I mean, thank you for simplifying what family resilience means. And thank you for making it very super practical. I mean, it's really, really helpful, really, really helpful. And as it has been a custom for us now, we'll unmute ourselves, everyone, and just say thank you, Coach Blessing. Everyone, please, let's unmute ourselves and say thank you, Coach Blessing.
Thank
you,
you so
Coach.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know that these sessions, all of our sessions would be posted on our YouTube channel after the event, so you can always watch and share with your friends, your colleagues, everyone in between, and perhaps your enemies. So let them raise good family members, at least reduce the number of enemies by some fraction. So I hope you've been finding this conference very helpful, insightful, thought-provoking, and most importantly, goal aligning for some of us. And then without lifting our foot off the throttle, we would have the last speaking session before our Q&A session. And I would just be, and also to let you know that you can send your questions to the admin. So we have someone in the participants, so that there's a tab there, and you can always send a message to the admin. So there's a name called the admin, so you can forward all your questions there. So very quickly, we'll be having the last speaking session before we have our Q&A. So begin to note all the questions you want to ask. That's not true. Okay, so I'll just read, bear with me. I'll be reading the profile of our last speaker, and she is Dr. Ibironke Akinola. She's the founder of the Diabetes Care Foundation. She's a pediatric endocrinologist. She's authored the book, What My Child Needs to Know Before They Leave Home. And she's co-authored Baba, Our Young Old Man. She is a board member of the School of Parenting, Daystar Christian Center, Lagos, Nigeria. She's happily married and blessed with 2 young adults and a teenager. Ladies and gents, we present Dr. Akinola. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, admin. Thank you. Okay. We've had 3 speakers already, so that was my mistake. Please bear with me. Too much parenting, and I've been challenged. I don't even have a child yet. God. So we'll be having a Q&A session. Amazing. I'm looking forward to this session. I hope you are too. So that's Dr. Akinola's profile. So she'll be a panelist for the Q&A session. And I'll also be reading the profile of one more person that will be joining the panelists to answer our questions. And that is Pastor Akin Kunlipe. And Akin Kunlipe is a strong believer that the local church is God's most effective vehicle for bringing the word to salvation in Christ Jesus. He believes that a strong, visionary, gifted, and fruitful church will impact the individual, families, and the society, and will infuse all with kingdom values. To this end, Akin has served in various capacities in the church and currently serves as pastor at RCCG City of David, Canterbury. He loves the word of God and preaches and teaches it with insight and simplicity. Pastor Akin is married to Oladimeji, and they are blessed with 2 daughters, Shan and Aura. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our panelists for our Q&A sessions. Q&A session. So that's Pastor Akin, Kunlipe, Dr. Akinola. We do have our speakers, Coach Blessing, Coach Desola, and we can always forward some questions to PF if we have to. So thank you so very much. Please feel free to ask your questions. You can send it to the admin or send me a message in privately if you wanted to be privately. You want to share with me privately. So we do have some questions already. Yes. So the first question would be to Coach Blessing. So this question says, how can we teach children the difference between healthy resilience and stubbornness? How can we teach children the difference between healthy resilience and stubbornness?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. You didn't let me catch my breath.
We can't have enough of you.
That's fine. Yes. So yeah, the children that we have today in the 21st century, we know that our children are amazing children, right? So teaching them healthy resilience. I think it will start with us as parents to model resilience to our children. Our children are always watching us. They watch us, but they don't tell us that they're watching us. So they are seeing how we're handling our day-to-day life situations. So when we respond negatively to what life throws at us, we're telling them something. So the first thing, I know sometimes we hear these things and we feel model, but it's the truth. Our children are always watching us. They just keep looking at us and they try to do things by figuring it out. So that's why you see that our children would do certain things that we did not teach them. And you're wondering, how come? Yeah, they watched us. So the first thing I would say is for us to practice resilience and let them know when we're practicing it. One thing I try to do is that when I'm doing something, even when I'm kind to a child, I'm letting you know I am kind to you so that you can be kind to others and be kind to me. Sometimes as parents, we don't know we can tell our children to be kind to us. So our children are always watching us. So let us tell them a child that is struggling with resilience and it's not healthy. Parents can perceive it. You know when it is not healthy. Maybe a child is asking for something that you know that they shouldn't be having it. Let me give a good example. One of my princes, the one I said is 14, he'll be 14 this year. He started asking me, he said he wants to start wearing a neck chain, right? He wants a neck chain. He said, Mom, it just makes me look cool. I said, where is that coming from? Then he said all his friends, they wear neck chain to church, his friends in church, and also his friends at school, when they have parties, they wear it. So we started asking questions and I realized that all of them, their parents were wearing, their fathers were wearing chains, right? So I just told him that, okay, their fathers wear chain and your own father does not wear chain. So possibly as their fathers are buying it for them, their fathers are buying for themselves, they're buying for them also. And the next thing he will say, and I said, your dad does not wear chain. And he said, I'm not my dad. Valid. He was right. You know, he said, I'm not dad. And I said, you're correct. You're not dad. But in our family here, men do not wear chain yet until you've reached a certain stage. We said, yes, you still have many things. After chain, you start looking for something else. We said it just graduates and graduates. So in our family, we're sorry. Yes, we're not cool yet. But right now, there's no chain yet for you to wear. And what did I do? He continued to persist. Yes, he kept saying, Mom, there's no big deal there. I want it. What did we do? We now got him a hand bracelet. So we got some bracelets on the hand. So sometimes you have to actually look around and see, okay, what can we do? That's when I talk about being flexible. You don't have to be stiff, but the hand bracelet made him feel good about himself. And we also ensured that he wears things that are trending. So the fact that we intentionally said, oh, these trousers are trending, you know, Ankara, it has pockets, we'll get you those Ankaras. Or you want hoodie, you wear hoodie. The child already felt that, oh, they are seeing me, but they are serious about this particular value in the home. So that's how I would explain. So I don't take all the time. I hope I answered that person right.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I don't know if any of the panelists want to add something to that, please.
Yes, I'd like to add something to that. Sorry, was somebody speaking?
No, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Right. So I was just going to add, and thank you, fantastic answer, fantastic session, Coach Blessing. I must say that I am so, so, so proud of our sisterhood. Yeah. Right. So just to add to that, I think it's important for you to define or examine what you consider stubbornness, because we view life through lenses, right? And if it is expected behavior, if it is a child challenging a direction, because we are the way we are and we see things the way we are, not necessarily the way they are, we might be interpreting normal expected behavior as stubbornness. Okay, so if you're raising a child whose personality, for instance, predisposes them to natural leadership, now children like that tend to challenge. So they would ask you why. They would say, but you said such and such yesterday. So if you're dealing with a systematic child, if your instructions don't match up, if they don't tally, they will call you out. Okay, so it is for you as a parent to now be reflective and say, okay, what is this behavior? Where is it coming from? We also talk about the functions of behavior. So is the behavior actually about getting a tangible item? Is it a sensory behavior? Is it access to something? Is it escape and avoidance? I mean, what is the, so before you decide that it is stubbornness, you need to examine it and then examine the lens through which you're viewing it. And fantastic answer there by Coach Blessing. If it is a case of boundaries are not clear, that is what you need to work on. When we deal with the root cause, that action, that behavior goes away. But it's important for us to self-examine as well. Why is this? Why are you looking at it as stubbornness? Is it that the environment is supporting that behavior? And like she said, have we looked at ourselves? If we're behaving in like manner, why should the child do differently? So that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
And
Thank
if
you
I
so very much.
may I add, please, that I think the subject is with what is healthy resilience? Because resilience in itself, a component of it could actually be stubbornness. It's a stubborn resolve to always overcome. And so whatever the challenges may be, and that might be a pushback, it might be coming back from a failure. So it needs to be examined, like Desola said, and seen for what it is. And I'm hoping that as we model through our parenting, we've modeled what is positive, what is healthy, and what is unhealthy, so that we can then call it out from what we've modeled, and it's not strange. And even so that when we challenge this sort of stubbornness, the child has references in what we've modeled and can say, well, I can see how this is not healthy because I've been shown in the past what is healthy. So we allow for stubbornness in that resilience, because it's an important component of what resilience is all about.
Thank you very much, sir, and Coach Desola and Coach Blessing. So I'll be asking the next question, and I would like Dr. Akinola to go for that question first. So this question says, "Hello, we are a family of 5 based in the United Kingdom. Every time I bring up having a family system to my husband, I really do not get any engagement. I am trying my best, but it seems my husband is not on board. What do I do?"
You very much. Well done to the earlier speakers and to us, the listeners, the avid listeners. A very good, well done. Right. So, on the topic of parenting, intentional parenting, deliberate parenting, the ideal situation is to have both parents on the same page. It doesn't mean we have to have the same personalities, no, but we both need to agree, to the foundation needs to be that we agree that we want to parent children in the best way there is. And we don't have to have it all at once, there's this saying that you can do things wrong. I'm paraphrasing, but you can do things the way the best way you know how to do it. But then when you know that there's a better way and you switch, you make that switch and you do better. So for you who have asked the question, you have acknowledged that there's a better way of doing things. That is putting in family systems. Your husband is, from the question, not yet on that page. So we should be looking at how to get him on that page, because when you are now both on the same page, it's easier to make decisions together. So I would, there's so many assumptions, to make. So I will try to cover a bit this way or that way, and try to answer the question as best as possible. So it could be that your husband doesn't even recognize that there's such a thing as family systems. That's somewhere to begin from. And then, the way we accept change, or the way we accept corrections, call it whatever way you want to call it, is different. Some people, you really they have to hear the same things over and over again. Some people don't take it so well if they feel that you are trying to box them into a corner or force them rather to agree with you. I don't know, where your husband, you know best. So I think study your husband a little bit, and then your next move, will be what the approach that your husband is likely to respond to better, adopt that approach. And then when you do go to him again with this suggestion, I would also say, don't make it too open. Have some suggestions that you're bringing to the table. What system do you want to? A system is such a large word, and a system has many components. There are many processes, and to get a system working, you don't get it all working in one day. You don't get it all working at once. So what do you want to work on? Are you working on the communication aspect? Do you want to focus on maybe family devotions, or is it family time, or is it time you spend at the table, or is it the time you communicate? There are many things that you can work on. So you need to pick your battles one at a time. Then as you see that you are conquering that, bring in another bit. And when your husband sees that it is working, then he will go the whole way with you and be on board. I'll give an example so it doesn't look like I'm just talking theory. So for this family devotion, people regard family devotion in different lights, depending on what their family dynamics is at that point in time. So if your children are younger, for example, and everybody is home, when they hear family devotion, they are thinking of the physical gathering of everybody. Now, if your children are much older and are in different parts of the world, or are in different places, then it may no longer be physical. It can be virtual. So you can agree, for example, that every Sunday at 8 p.m., everybody is going to log in, to their family chat from wherever they are, and we are going to discuss something. So for you, it can be family devotion, if that's what works for you. For you, it can be a family chat. And at Sunday, 8 p.m., you can call it family time. We call it family time in my home. So call it whatever you want to call it, But over time, everybody knows. If your husband is not there, day one, day two, week one, it's okay. Whoever is there, if you are there, just put in something, get the children on board. When your husband sees that he's working, everybody wants to join a winning team, he will join the winning team. And then I would also say that whatever it is you're exposing yourself to that is making you want to become a better parent, encourage your husband to be a part of it. Encourage, don't ram it down his throat, just encouraging that we can do things better. Oh, I had this thought, and I thought about it. And sometimes maybe when you're listening to the tapes, okay, sorry, we don't do tapes anymore. What do we do? When you're listening to the audio or whatever it is that has changed your mindset, let it be such that whoever is in the house at that time is listening to the same thing at the time. So you don't have to say, listen to this, or say, make sure that he's in the same environment. If he doesn't hear all of what you're hearing, he'll hear a bit of it. And then gradually, one day at a time, one step at a time, one process at a time, you will eventually be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. I'll be asking Coach Desola this question. You ready? Yeah. So this question I'm just reading, it says, I am a single guy who is planning to settle down with my girlfriend by next year. I am here on behalf of myself and my girlfriend. Thank you for joining. This is a really nice program that has been set up. My question is this. How can I fix my traumatized mind so I do not pass it on to my children? So that's the question.
Okay. Now, I should have done this when I answered the question earlier. I wanted to say hello to Pastor Akin and Dr. Akinola. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting to be here. So, to your question, that question hits very close to home, especially for somebody who has been through, trauma in childhood. So I see you. Okay, first of all, I want you to know that I see you and you are not alone. And because you are asking this question, I know you will be all right. Okay, now the help that you get is critical. The help and the support that you get, who you approach to get that support is critical. And this is a good place, a safe space to ask that question. I would recommend that you get professional help. If you're a believer, get professional help that is provided by a believer. You need to unpack that experience. You need to name those traumatic experiences. You need to accept that they happened. You need to recognize that you had no part in it, especially if it happened to you as a child. It was not your fault. There were things that happened to you. And your next step will be to reinterpret those experiences, right? So if you acknowledge and accept that they have happened, then you need to give yourself a narrative that is empowering, okay? You need to recognize that those experiences occurred to make you, and they are part of who you are today. And in some way, it might take a minute to see it, in some way, you are a better person because of it. Especially because you can't change it. You can't turn back the hands of time. So the first thing is to accept it. You now need to take that as fuel and then press forward. Like I said, acknowledging that you had the issues and asking that question is a good place to begin. So you need to get professional help. You need to process those experiences. You need to reinterpret them and give them an interpretation that is empowering for you. Essentially, what you're trying to do is to break that cycle, because if that is not done, you will And I can tell you this as a matter of factly, you will pass it on. But because you don't want to do that, you need to take that important step of getting professional help. If you are a Christian, talk to a Christian person. If not, there are tools, there's support available to you that can help you process, that can help you reinterpret, okay? And I believe that you will be all right. That's my answer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Does anyone else wants to add do you want to add anything? If not, I'll move on to the next question. So I'll put Pastor Akin on the spot for this question, right? And I'll try to paraphrase because I think some parts of the question are in a native language that's not English. So I can still make sense of it. So thank you for sending these over. It says, I am a pastor, an overseer of a ministry. But there is this issue in marriage that's not palatable. That's how I want to interpret that. When, as a father, you're trying to instill some discipline in the home, but the wife interprets the father's action and giving the children an impression that the father is cruel. And because of this, the children withdraw from the father and get closer to the mother. What do I do? So this person is saying, sometimes with the man trying to instill, the father trying to instill some discipline in the home, the mother interprets it as the father is being cruel, and the children sort of begin to withdraw from the mom and get close, and withdraw from the dad and get closer to the mom. So how will this person deal with this situation? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This person's a pastor, so they understand scripture. And scripture says, can two walk together except they be agreed? And so the first place to be looking at this from, and I think you've identified it correctly, is that this is not really an issue with the children. And the children are simply going to be victims of this situation. So what needs to be done is to agree with the spouse and repair certain damages that have occurred, because it takes a certain level of trust to agree. And trust means that you understand that I want the best for my children, and we agree on what is the best for them. So that what your best is not different from what my best is. And, you know, it's been helpful to go through this conference to understand that we come together and write what our family vision is, and people must agree on a vision. And so it's not that I have crafted a vision and I've simply invited you along to be a part of that vision without any contribution from yourself, without any subscribing to the vision by yourself. So I think father needs to understand that the two are one, and it's really critical that we have that understanding that the two are one, and that children also get that message. So in my family, we agreed from the get-go, we will be one in how we raise our children, because children will, I don't want to be negative, they will play parents against each other if you don't agree, and they will go to dad, and it's no use playing good cop and bad cop and all that. My children know if your mom has said no, there's no point coming to me, because I will say no. And it might be a wrong no she said, but I won't out her in front of them. We'll come back and agree and go back to the template and say, this is what we've agreed. And therefore your answer is not consistent with the agreement that we had. So it's a case of fixing in the eyes of the spouse what the issues are. Why is it that she's so untrusting of your motives and intentions with regards to your children? And then trying to repair that damage. And that's when we can then go to the children and say, this is what mommy and daddy have agreed on. This is our vision, and everything that we do then aligns with the vision. So let's fix that. That's where the issue is. I'll go back to scripture. When Eve sinned, and God called Adam and asked him a question. He said, "It is the woman that you gave me." And consistently, he called out the woman, the woman, the woman. However, when they were sent out of the garden, he said, "This is Eve." And that's the first time he realized that this is Eve, and she contributes so importantly to who I am. And what I am. And so we need to fix that image where we're not seeing each other as, this person's the bad person and that person's the good person, is where we understand that we're different. Intrinsically, we're different and we have different purposes. However, on certain issues. So when they were sent out of the garden, Adam could have made a case for himself and say, but, her, or worse still, I think this is what will probably happen today, is Adam will come out of that garden and say, if I ever see you, you go your way and let me go my way. You've ruined everything for me. But he went out with her and they built a life together. That's where the work needs to start, is where we're agreeing to say we're one person, and I identify who you are and you identify who I am. But we understand that we have the best interests, but those interests must align and the vision must be the same.
Can I add to what Pastor Akin has beautifully said? I like where you started, and you said the two are one. We can never negotiate. It's non-negotiable if we're talking about intentional parenting. I identify with the person who asked this question in the sense that my father may have had some things in common with you, but I'll share some of the tips. I think I'll call them that endeared him to the hearts of his children, even though he was perceived as a hard man. We are different. I mean, even when you have two disciplinarians, they don't discipline in the same way. So you may take better to one than to the other, all because we're different. I think that this daddy needs to communicate love. Parents, yeah, we get it wrong when we think that our children know that we love them. They don't, they don't always remember. Or some of them may tell you that they don't even know. It's like the story of the husband and the wife who were married for so many years, 35 years or so. And then the wife's complaint was that the husband never told her that he loved her. And when the complaint was brought by somebody before the husband said, when I married her, let's call it 35. When I married her 35 years ago, I told her I loved her. If it changes, I'll let her know it hasn't changed. So that means in 35 years, his husband did not tell his wife the Abba, so it's the same thing. Our children, they never get tired of hearing us say, I love you. And yes, it may come easier to some people to say, but it's something we all have to learn. Love is something we need to express. We need to communicate it in words. We need to communicate it in action, but it may not always be perceived in our actions as love. So we need to communicate it in words. That the bottom line is that I love you. So this father and the children, there needs to be a lot of communication. Now the father is coming to say, help me. And I really like that. I think if the children also see what we have seen today and see that daddy sees that he needs us to help him, they will be kinder and gravitate more towards daddy. And then daddy will go a step further and tell them that whatever it is that I'm doing it in your best interest because I want the best for you, but I may not have always done it the best way. So forgive me. And again, that's where a lot of parents miss it. We think that we owe our children no apology. That's not true. They respect you more, I believe, when you own up and say, I missed it there. I'm sorry. At that time, that's the best I knew to do. But now I know better. Or if your children bring something to your attention, then, listen. The first thing is listen. Don't be defensive. let them say their mind, listen to what they have to say, and then you can answer from your perspective. The first thing is that they are happier with you because you have listened. And then in listening, you also see things from their perspective. So it kind of modifies your approach to them. And you approach children. If you have 10 of them, you have to approach each one in a different way because we're not all the same. I said earlier that my dad was seen as a hard disciplinarian, always shouting and stuff like that. But I remember there was an occasion he had done something that grieved me. And I had got to the point where I told myself, this man is old. If he dies today, it's not his problem, it's my problem. I'm the one who will be alive to remember that I wasn't close to him. So I had better do something about, this relationship. And I shifted, he also shifted. And that was what I saw. It's not that he changed. Did he change overnight? No. But I saw that he was willing to shift. And in his own case, he didn't even come out to say those things clearly, but I read them in his actions. But there was a particular day when he had grieved me. And, in those days, we didn't talk back to our parents. And I couldn't talk back to him, at least, especially not in that moment of anger. So I waited. I waited for him to be in a good mood. And when I saw he was in a good mood, I went to him and I said, Daddy, I have something to say to you. And he said, oh, you do? I said, I do. And I said, I have a grudge against you. He was quiet for a moment because I'm sure it was news to him that a child would come and say, I have a grudge against you. But he listened. And I told him what my grudge was. And then he paused. He didn't shout. And I respected him more. He didn't apologize either, but he listened. So I'm saying to this daddy, you need to be the person you have never been before if you want things to change. Ask your wife to help you. Tell her that you are not perfect, but she should help you to communicate to your children that you love them, even if they don't always say, because you can't even do it alone. You need her help. If she's on the same page as you, those moments when you err, she'll be the first to tell the children, is it your daddy? But your daddy shouts, but your daddy does this. Your daddy loves you in spite of. So enlist her help and then follow those tips that Pastor Akin talks about and the examples that I gave you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you, Ma.
Can I add to it? So there's no time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Pastor Akin and Madam Ibironke. They've been good tips. But as you were sharing, something just came to my mind and I decided to say it. So I remember the question says, the father is a pastor. So I want to know if the pastor wears the pastoral cap at home. The pastoral cap should be for church. And when a father gets home, the father is meant to wear the husband's cap and the father's cap. The moment the pastoral cap is the only thing your wife is seeing, she's always seen you talk to her like it's the pulpit, and the children are feeling the same way, you might actually lose that family in that situation. So it's humbling yourself as a man, because titles are not easy. It's not easy to have titles because everyone references you, everyone keeps you up, and you can feel it's me, so I should be able to insist. But in this kind of situation, if everything you have been doing has not been working, it's time to change your strategy. It's time to look and say, what am I not doing right? What can I start doing? I remember there was a time, like I said, I have boys. So you know what that means. I'm like Coach Desola. You know what that means when you have all boys. And I remember my husband at a point called me and told me that, Blessing, there's some things that fathers have to insist in the lives of children, but mothers are more emotional. He said, you mean well, but there's something that I want to put them through, that it might hurt you. You see that karate that I described the other time that my children are doing? Whatever made them do it to this stage is because I closed my eyes, because they have reached the boxing stage. So I sit there, but hey guys, please. They've reached that stage, to the boxing stage in the karate. And he would just say, Blessing, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, you know. And when he said that, I said, okay, that's fine. And I saw them move. See, they were crying, I don't want to do this. And he said, it's to build your discipline, it's to build your, he gave them the reasons. And he said, let's do this. And they started. And I watched them move from white to yellow, yellow to purple, purple to green, green to orange, orange to blue, blue to brown now. And I'm like, they moved. But if I allowed myself come in, and if my husband did not explain to me, so sometimes the way we say things, it encourages people to take it or to rebel against it. So as much as possible, talk to your wife, like come softer. I know why I said come softer, because sometimes it's not natural for men to be softer when talking to, you know, their wives, depending on their upbringing. And we all have different backgrounds. There's a certain way that this man grew up, whereby maybe you didn't see your father, you saw your father insist on things, but you have to know that the world has changed. Times have changed. The children you're speaking to now, they have screens. When you were young, there was no television. In fact, television maybe used to come up 4 p.m. for those of us in Nigeria anyway, you know, and we had to wait for it. But our children do not know that life. They don't get it. So if you're speaking to them in a language that they do not understand, they're going to resist it. So you have to just humble yourself before your wife and say, and sometimes when you see your wife with the children, just come and say, me too, I want to be a part of what is happening here. I want to laugh with you guys. What is funny? But this takes a lot of talking to yourself, because you do not go wrong with love. When you express love, you don't go wrong. It's a matter of time, everybody will shift. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So I'll let you have your breather, Coach Blessing. So I'll ask Coach Desola this question before I come back to you. So for context, this person who was asked this question I'm about to ask is based in the UK. And the question is, my oldest 12 years feels not heard. I do not know where this is coming from. He compares himself with his younger ones. We are modeling a complete Yoruba upbringing where the eldest is given certain responsibilities. He's not getting it at all. What do I do?
Okay. If you notice my face when I heard that Yoruba upbringing, I was like, what is that? And that's where I will start from. What does that mean? You went further to say the oldest is given responsibilities. I hope you're not subletting or delegating your parenting responsibilities to your first child. You know, especially in churches, I've heard deliverance sessions for first children. Usually it's because they were broken. Okay, they were broken by their parents. Some of them, well, a lot of them are guinea pigs. Yeah, you're the first child, your parents don't know what they're doing, so they're going to try this and try that and hope it all works out. By the time the other children come along, and I was there too, so I'm not saying this because I'm outside of that loop. It takes a minute. But the second thing that a lot of parents do is expect that first child to take on parenting responsibilities as well. So they miss out on their childhood, right? And I think you're in a good place if this child has been able to tell you how they are feeling. It gives you an opportunity to address it. And it's a good thing that you're asking this question. So I would dig deeper with this child, obviously without any judgment. You want to ensure, and Coach Blessing touched on it, creating those environments where communication can flow. Okay, those open days, those lunch times, those outings that you can just talk, that the child feels that they're in a safe space and they can be vulnerable. An additional layer to that is creating daily conversations with each child on their own. I call it the daily check-in. So every child has time with me every day. That dad does it in a different way, but the way I approach it is to ensure that the child knows that they have a 15-minute window and it's worked into my diary where they can just unload anything. Okay. One other thing that we've started doing quite recently well, not so recently, is to have Friday check-in. So we have morning devotion every day, but our Friday devotion is a check-in. Okay, because the children are growing up, we're recognizing that their emotional needs are changing, they're becoming more aware of themselves. So we've created that space where everybody can talk about their week, whatever challenges they have. And because it is still devotion, we can then make it a prayer point and ask for God's help. So the children are learning that as a family, we turn to God, because that is what we know and that is who we have. But they also have an opportunity to ventilate. So we know what's going on. What you don't know as a parent, you cannot address. Now, back to your question, you know that this child is not feeling heard. I will start with taking that conversation further. Creating that space. Maybe you take a walk or you go out together. What is it exactly that they mean by that? Then to address your Yoruba parenting, I think that needs a whole hour or two to look at what those components are. Because to be honest, I'm a Yoruba person, and if I'm going to take my understanding of that and assume that's what you mean, it is the younger is subject to the older. It is children don't have a voice in the home. When the adult is speaking, children keep quiet. Adults don't apologize to children because children don't know what adults know. I'm trying to think of all those other elements. There's the value system, which is really good. But if you take it in the entirety, I don't think there's child protection. I don't think it's a safe space for children to grow up. So what I recommend in my practice is you take the good, you pick the elements that are good. So you benchmark different cultures. You look at the Indian culture, look at the British culture, look at, you take all of that together, then you fashion something that is unique to your family. You have looked at that family vision, you have examined it, this is where we're headed, this is what we're building, and then you create a system that can ensure that that outcome is possible. So I would re-examine your Yoruba your Yoruba parenting style, will re-examine that, will pull that apart and pick the parts that are valuable to your journey as a family, all right? And then ask this child questions. So you're going on a self-examination, on a self-audit judgment or journey. But remember to be non-judgmental. Remember to be open. Remember that this child, like PF said in the beginning, is God's prized gift. Okay, this child is here for a reason. If let me use a superstar as an example. If say let's say Beyonce. So look at it from this perspective. If Beyonce was born in your family and she was raised by you, will Beyonce have emerged? The question is not that was Beyonce always inside Beyonce. What it means is that the family she was born into allowed that greatness to emerge. So when we are limiting children, we are costing the world, we are costing the seed owner as well, because like we all know now, when God wants to solve a problem, he sends a child. If that answer is not allowed to emerge because that child came through you, then you're going to answer for that. Okay, so I'm not threatening you. I'm not the seed owner, but you're going to have to deal with that. Okay, so I would ask questions. I will create that safe space for that child to tell me more, and then I would unpack that your Yoruba. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor wants to say something.
Yes, I just wanted to, and I know everyone's going to be jumping on this Yoruba thing, and like Desola said, I'm Yoruba myself. I'm proudly Yoruba as well. But so this whole Yoruba thing resonates with me. I'm a middle child, and with middle children, it's like, so my brother and I recently, and we're a certain age, he's a year and a few months older than me. We got into an argument this last year, December. We were home together, and he was talking to his wife about there was a time when I started to learn to drive, and I'd taken the car and bashed the car. And I come home to tell my mom that I'd had an accident, and he had a go at me. And I was like, what is your problem? It's not your car. It's like, oh, dad will blame me for the accident. I'm like, where do you, and he was, so we're talking nearly 40 years later, he still believed that he had every right to have that serious go at me because dad would have a go at him. Because what had happened was that he had been given this messiah complex and he had to save all his junior ones. He was the first, and dad would always take things out on him and punish him for what was obviously, I mean, it was clear. I was the one who was driving. I didn't hide the fact. I didn't say take the rap for me, you know. So how was it that and he was still vehemently holding on to that? It's played out in the sense that he's quite the leader in our family, and before you know, he has this messiah complex. He wants to jump in and make everything right and make everyone okay. It works in my favor because, you know, he's my older brother, so when I go, he pays my hotel bills and all that. Just even if he's not there, he's trying to pay my hotel bills, and it works in my favor. However, I've told you I'm the middle child. So what happened with the Yoruba thing is that he got all these sensibilities drilled into him, and I didn't. So when I do certain things, for instance, they're like, oh, why did you be? I'm thinking, well, you never taught me to step up to this. So you've taught him all this leadership. And I have had to teach myself leadership because, you know, by the time it got to me, I didn't need to lead. Someone else had to take that initiative, and someone had to do the leadership. And my sister, who is 5 years younger, is even worse because, you know, it just didn't travel down, you know. So we have to be careful to treat children as individuals, unique individuals with their own strengths, with their own purpose, with who it is that they are, and ensure that everyone. So why should the first one get taught leadership and the last one no leadership? Do they not need leadership in their lives? You know, so we need to be careful with that whole structure and teach the children to be who they are, the best versions of themselves. If a child says, like Desola said, if a child says, I don't feel heard, don't deflect. Don't think they don't know what they're talking about. They simply mean they don't feel heard. And it's I know it's hard for us to take feedback and all that, but we just have to, and we have to respond to it. And the way we respond to it is not, we don't respond to it like our fathers did. We respond to it like the children want us to respond to it. So, like Desola, what does it mean to feel heard? This is what it means to me, and what does it mean to you? Then you begin to see the differences, and then you're able to plug that gap.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I just want to say one more time, thank you to all the listeners. Thank you so much. It's been really amazing, your engagement, because we've received so many questions already. We might not be able to go through all of them, but if you can provide perhaps your email addresses as well, if you want responses from us directly, and if you prefer any of the speakers as well to also have an input into answering any of those questions, please do let me know. Please do send your questions to the admin, and then we can always get them answered. So we'll take a few more questions before we go on a very short break, and then we forge ahead. It's been an interesting ride, and I think, yeah, we should just put the feet on the throttle until we end the entire conference. I would ask Coach Blessing this question. My second son is always running into trouble in school. He's very strong-willed, always misunderstood. He feels some of his teachers are bullies. There is no month that I am not called in a school for one thing or the other about it. How do I address this issue?
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know the age of the child, so we like to know the ages of children sometimes before we know what to prefer. Yeah, but depending on the age of the child, you said the child is strong-willed. So when children are strong-willed, the child can also be a creative convertible. That's what we know as maybe the sanguine, whereby they just want to do things their way. And maybe the child has a mix of systematic thought also. Or there's intimidating homeward. That's what we call, some people understand as a choleric. So in that kind of situation, the first thing is to understand who your child is. You have to understand your child. Children are very different, and I think it's best we start seeing our children that way. See your children as different fruits. Apple will not taste like orange. There's nothing you want to do about it. Try, try, try. You know that it is orange I am taking, and it will not taste like mango. So you have to understand and see children like that. And the same way fruits grow at different seasons is the same way children too grow at their own pace. So understanding your child helps you first to see that your child is a good child. Because sometimes there's this negative thoughts that we have, like the way they've been calling you from school. You're already expecting the call, and the call will come. We're children of God. And there's a way you have to see your child differently and not see your child as, oh, this child is stubborn, this child always gets into trouble. Let your child know. And like I said, I don't know the age of your child. So that would be good if I know the age of your child. So you have conversations with your children. Always have conversations with them. Conversations help us to know what our children are thinking of. See, we don't know what our children are thinking about. They are thinking about many things, like you'll be shocked. You'll be so shocked when a child looks at you and says, no one understands me. In fact, one of my princes, the third one, is 8 and is very strong-willed. And he said, Mom, I don't think anyone can even understand me. I said, really? Are you serious? I said, nobody can really understand anyone. 100%. He said, I say my own is even 99%. Nobody can understand me. And I said, okay, you know what? I said, we understand people differently. So it takes some time. I said, you talk to us, you listen to us. So because he's strong-willed, he also feels that I want to do this thing. Why are you saying I should not do it? He was that child like me when I was young. When I tell the truth and I get the consequence, I'm like, why did I tell the truth? I should have lied. So when I have a child like that, I get it, I understand it. So, your child, you have to also partner with your teacher, with the teachers of your children, to let them know that your child is not bad, and they should also understand your child. There's understanding whereby if I understand my child, it will be easy for me to tell the teacher who my child is. But when you don't understand your child, whatever anyone says, you will say, yes, it's true. The child is bad. The child is true. It's giving me troubles. No. Observe your child. And another thing is children like that. You might think some children act like they don't want you around because of their personality, but it's not true. Those kind of children, if they don't come to you, you're the one that will go and meet them. You go and meet them, you pull them and say, just come and hug me. Just come and sit beside me. It's now mom and so and so's time. Just come around. So in seeing that child, the child starts feeling seen, the child starts feeling heard. Coach Desola actually mentioned that in pulling the child, in getting into the child's world. Let me quickly give us an example of something that happened. My second is 10, and the difference between the first one and second one is not up to 2 years. So when I was pregnant of my third, my second was 1+. And I saw that he became independent. I was even thanking God that God allowed him grow very fast. He just became independent. He didn't need me and all. But I observed that when he was 5, when I come back and the others run to greet me, he would just say, hi, mom, and he won't come. And I was observing. That's why I said you need to observe your child. I was observing. I said, what is this about? And I started looking at his interests, things he loved. He loves screens a lot. Then kind of cartoons he was watching, I had to watch them individually. And when I was, having his bath for him, as at that time, I started talking to him in his cartoons. That cartoon, what do you think happened? And that was how I just started doing it, because I noticed that there was a gap between us. And guess what he said one day? He said, Mom, I'm beginning to like you. He never expressed it. I didn't even know he didn't like me, you know. Like I didn't know. And he just said, I'm beginning to like you, Mom. You get it. He was 5. But guess what? He's a very intelligent child. He's very vast. He likes to read a lot. So because he would rather do things, now he's 10, he would rather find out himself. He wants something. He feels I can figure it out. That's how he is. So he will figure things out. And when things do not work, that's when he will come. But I got into his life. I stepped into his life to know what was going on here. And by the time I did that, we're now really, really close. But I know that I had to intentionally. So you want to get into your child's life. And when your child does something good, you must notice and say it. For every time that they don't call you at school, tell your son, awesome. The teacher did not call us today for good job. Everyone celebrates him. He's doing beautifully well. When you reward the positive he does, he would adjust. So the thing is that most of the time we focus on the negative. And sometimes that's how we adults we are. Sometimes we're even raised like that. You know, growing up, the instructions were backwards. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I know how I grew up. You're going out and they're telling you, if you like, misbehave. Have you said anything that way? They're not telling you when you go here, greet when you get there, help out when they're working, wash your plate after eating. It is a negative conversation. I don't know how to put it, whereby they tell you that if you like, when you get there, go and do rubbish, you come and meet me at home. If you like, when you finish your plate, your food, don't wash your plate. That's how some of us were spoken to, depending on how we were raised, you know. So you want to focus on the positive, because even as adults, some of us are married, a lot of our parents, right? So some of us are married, and when our husband does not notice the good he has been correcting, and we have changed, but one day we sleep, and he now says, you see what you put there? You're always putting that thing there. Do you know how you feel as an adult? And I've been changing and you didn't see it. So this is the same way our children feel. Thank you.
Okay, let me add in a bit there. Thank you, Coach Blessing. Thank you so much. A strong-willed child is a great asset. So that you have a strong-willed child, celebrate that. As Coach Blessing said, study that child. Even though that child is strong-willed, that child also has a temperament. What's the temperament of that child? What's the tendency of that child? Is it the child that would say, I spoke my mind? I mean, I told the whole truth and nothing but the truth, which is okay. And then over time, you need to ask the child questions as they grow. A 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, you know, they may not really think through. They talk spontaneously. But as that strong-willed child gets older, you need to say, for example, do you know that even though you spoke your mind here and you said it as it is, do you know the person that heard it may have felt insulted? Do you know that the person may feel bad about themselves? Is that your intention? And the child says, oh, no, that's it. And then you say, exactly. I know you. So I know that's not your intention. However, what you said, let's examine it. Do you know it can mean good? Yes, you both agree. Do you know it can also mean something not so good? And he says, I see it. So I go back to Coach Blessing. You need to have conversations, you know, that lets the child understand what's their speech, if it's somebody whose speech gets them in trouble. For some other people, it may not be the speech, it may be the actions. For example, one of our daughters, she refused to greet a relation. And for us, that was, how will you not greet a relation? And she refused. And we said, okay, since you refused to, she was 4, no, or 3, something like that at that time. So we said, okay, since you refuse to greet this relation, go to your quiet corner. When you are ready to greet, you come and you greet, and then you can go to bed. And the relation kept saying, oh, no, leave her. I said, no, didn't do anything. We just saw her. Isolate yourself until, you know. And we forgot that she was in that corner for about an hour. And then she came out. In fact, when she came, we thought she had gone to bed. We had forgotten. And she came out. The relation was still with us. And then she said, oh, good evening, Auntie so-and-so. And we all kept quiet, watched as though it was the most natural thing to do. And we said, all right, good night. And everybody said good night. But we all learned a lesson that day, that we are strong-willed and it is good. But we too, we will be strong-willed and we will let you reason. In this case, what is best to do? So in Nigerian parlance, she borrowed herself sense and realized, okay, I think it's not a bad idea to greet this person. And then when I greet this person, I can have my way. So there was no fight. There were no raised voices. But I'm sure that that day, she learned something. We also learned something. I learned that day too, that there is a way to deal with a strong-willed child. And it is not always by seeming to, break them as such. But there are some things you can do to make them see that there are different perspectives to how you act. This issue of going to school every time, it's okay to have a strong-willed child. If that strong-willed child needs to go to school every time, every week, every month, then you have to look at what are we not doing? What are we not getting? And you really have to address, that thing that you are not getting. So I've spoken to the way the child expresses themselves. I have a feeling that may be what got the child into trouble. For example, a teacher can say, I'm your friend. And, this child can say, no, you're not my friend. Or as your child said, more or less, I don't like you. Was the child wrong? No. But really, you need to teach your child that you don't have to answer. You don't have to give a response every time. Because it may be your response that will get you in trouble. If you don't say anything, nobody knows what is on your mind. But let the person assume whatever they want to assume. You don't have to tell them, I like you, or I don't like you, or you are my friend, or you are not my friend. And sometimes, when they speak their minds this much, it actually deprives them of some benefits, such as getting prefectship, for example. And if that prefectship is important to that child, then it would have cost them something, and it will cause a hurt, that they could have prevented if we had coached them as to how to channel these attributes of being strong-willed, which is, continue to say it's a great one. Okay, so those are some of the tips that I think you can take away. The other, maybe to round off, invite that child to tell you about their day. If you can give time to it, maybe every day, if they're of the age where they are young enough, by listen, but don't listen with the intention to correct there and then. No, you're going to shut that child down. That's not your intention, but you want to know, how was the day? So at the end of the week, when you chronicle the event, you're likely to know what it is that gets this child into trouble. And then you will be able to process along with the child which areas of that mind needs to be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Can I
So just to reiterate again. Yes, Ma.
Sorry, can I just add one little thing? There's a lot I want to say, but let me just add one little thing. In terms of your child at school, like Coach Blessing said, you need to get ahead of that. Ideally, we would prefer if you do it at the point where the child is getting into school, before that impression is already formed that this child is naughty, this child is troublesome, and they're always this and that. But it might be useful when they're getting into a new class, okay? Which means September is a good time to deploy what I'm about to describe. Now, in the chat, my link tree has been posted on. So if you can book a 15-minute session with me, I can walk you through. 2 minutes is steep, but I can give you the basics. Walk you through a child user's manual. Now, this tool would be as a result of your own observation, and it would be a tool that would help you present your child to the school, to the teacher. So the child, you're going to put the biodata, you're going to talk about what the preferences of the child are, and it's basically for you to let the teacher know, this is how you can best handle my child, and this is how you can get the best out of my child, because I, as the parent, I'm taking that responsibility to give you that information. So the same way you will buy your phone and you would read the manual for the manufacturer to tell you what the phone can do, what it what is if it falls inside water, how to troubleshoot it and all of that, that tool will give you that information. So you can present that to the school or to the new teacher and say, this is my child, this is who they are, this is how you can maximize them, quote and unquote. All right. And what that signals to the school is this parent is involved, this parent is aware, this parent wants to work with us. Okay. That document is a living document. So as a child evolves, you keep adding to it. As they are learning, as they are adapting, you keep growing that document. Okay. And like Dr. Akinola said, if the child is constantly getting into trouble, please, that needs to be addressed, okay? Is it a misunderstanding? Is it that the child is new in the country and the kind of things that we would normally do as Africans that we consider, all right, it's not acceptable to the school? Is the child actually counter authority? So you want to address that before it becomes a serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So just to let you know, we'll be ending the Q&A session right about now, so we can move on to the next big thing. And thank you to those who've asked questions. And of course, we've not been able to answer every question, but please feel free. We've got the email address you can send the questions to, thedaisyplace1@gmail.com. So you can add more context. Perhaps you've just asked the questions in few sentences. So if you want to give more context to your question, please feel free and then ask those questions, and then you will get a reply from us. And I'll be reading something, and before I just introduce the next thing we'll be doing. You see, before a book comes and finds its way into your hands, it demands a quiet kind of courage. It asks its author to trade late nights for early mornings, to forgo weekends and perhaps dinners out, to silence the pool of comfort for the sake of chasing a sentence until it finally rings. It means setting aside the easy yes for the other not now, choosing solitude over company, and wrestling with doubts that whisper who will care. A book costs more than paper and ink. It costs hours that can never be reclaimed, with loved ones that slip quietly away, and the relentless discipline to keep writing when inspiration has already gone to bed. So it is at this juncture that we'll be celebrating the success of Coach Desola. So at this particular point, we can make it a bit less formal. You can just react in your you can react and just throw some celebratory reactions in there. I think in the react, there's this bubble there. Yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Ladies and gents, Coach Desola wrote a book. This is an author. Coach Desola, the author. So I believe Coach Desola wants to read an introduction to us. Over to you, Coach Desola.
Yes. I'm excited. Whoop, whoop. It is such a blessing, and it is a privilege to have been able to do this. Okay, it took a while, and you might recognize it. I've talked about childhood trauma. I have perfectionist tendencies. It's not the best. Okay, it can overanalyzing and just trying to make it perfect. I would start, I would stop, I would say, no, I don't like that direction. And eventually I sat with something and I stuck with it. So yay, congratulations to me indeed. It's been a journey, and it's not a journey that I've gone on my own. And I just want to celebrate everybody who has had an impact in my journey in one way or the other. We've mentioned enemies a few times today, so I'll just talk about that for a second. Enemies are part of a story, isn't it? Sometimes it is to point out to you how not to treat other people. people, and it's not about enemies really, it's about just people who are not your favorite people. Okay, maybe they've done something, they've said something, but it's also to recognize that they just have a part to play, and your interaction with them is to teach you something, and understand that we are all work in progress and we're all learning. So everybody has had, in one way or the other, I don't have any enemies on this call. If you're an enemy, please highlight yourself so that I can note your name and be careful around you. But everybody, and even people who are not here, all through my life, I've experienced, but that resilience has always shown up. And I think this is an expression of that. So what I'm going to do now is to read us the introduction to the book, okay? Read us the introduction to the book so that we know what to expect in the book. So it starts with this, Introduction, Parenting Without Glass Walls. Now there's a story, perhaps more parable than science, about a shark placed in a small aquarium. In that confined environment, the shark only grows to a few inches long. But when moved to the vastness of the ocean, that same species can grow up to 8 feet or more. It is a simple, striking idea that the size of the container determines the growth of the creature inside it. And that's where the title has come from, Becoming an Ocean. Becoming an Ocean. And like I've inferred, the glass walls will be the aquarium. And it's recognizing that as parents, when we grow to become the ocean, then our children, who are the sharks, can emerge. If we stay small, then we risk them staying small. Okay? Now, this story, whether a myth or a metaphor, serves as a powerful frame for a parenting philosophy that positions the parent as the environment, the ocean that enables a child reach their full potential. I see all the congratulations in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, while the exact science behind the story is debated, the metaphor resonates deeply, especially for parents. Imagine your child as that shark, born with tremendous potential, curiosity, and instinct, yet shaped, limited, or liberated by the environment you provide. In this metaphor, you are the ocean. Your love, your patience, your rules, your energy, they are waves, the currents, the boundaries, and the freedom that your child needs to emerge. Your parenting becomes the space in which your child can either remain confined or expand into their fullest expression. Now, in a world overflowing with advice on how to fix children, and that's rich, coming from somebody who gives advice all the time, optimize development or engineer success, this book proposes a shift in focus. What if the real question isn't how to shape my child, but rather what kind of ocean am I becoming? The environment shapes the being. While the shark story might be anecdotal, the scientific literature supports the core idea that the environment plays a crucial role in development. According to the Center on Developing Child at Harvard University, early experiences affect the development of brain architecture, which provides the foundation for all learning, behavior, and health. The environments that children grow up in, emotionally, physically, and socially, are predictive of everything from emotional regulation to long-term cognitive function. Parenting, therefore, is not just a set of actions, but the creation of a system, a home, a climate, a relational space. Furthermore, research from the CDC's Adverse Childhood Experiences study shows that children exposed to chronic stress, neglect, or inconsistent emotional support are significantly more likely to suffer long-term mental and physical health issues. Conversely, studies show that positive, nurturing, and stable home environments are associated with greater academic achievement. We all want that. Emotional intelligence, and resilience in children. In essence, how big, calm, safe, and responsive your ocean is not about how perfect or controlled. It goes a long way in shaping how far your child can swim. So why this book? Why now? In 2025, parents are navigating uncharted waters. Over 70% of parents in the Pew Research Center survey reported feeling overwhelmed by the demands of modern parenting, particularly in a post-pandemic world, still recovering from mental health ripples and social disconnection. Simultaneously, over 60% of children report feeling stressed or anxious about their futures. A call to embark on the journey. As you embark on this journey through the pages of Becoming an Ocean, remember that every wave, whether gentle or forceful, contributes to the richness of the seascape. Every challenge faced is an opportunity for growth. Each calm, a chance for reflection. Just as the ocean embraces all that it encounters, so too we can embrace the multifaceted nature of parenting, finding strength in our depths, adaptability in our currents, and unity in our vast interconnected expanse. So I invite you, let the work of becoming an ocean begin, not just to change your child, but to free them to become all that they can be in service to God and humanity. And there is the introduction to the book. Thank you so much once again.
Excellent. Congratulations, Coach Desola. Congratulations. I'm really excited. And we'll be having the book reviews just reading in quite quickly. And then I'll call on Dr. Akinola if you're available, ma'am.
I am available. I am ready. And I am absolutely very excited. I've waited for this book for a long time. So I'm glad it's here. My only fear is that I need to manage time. So I hope I'll be able to manage time effectively to unpack such a heavily loaded and well-researched book. Congratulations, my sister in our family. We call her Auntie D. So this book has 10 chapters. And I will try to give you a few things from each of the chapters. In each chapter, there is a key takeaway point, and there are reflections and questions. So chapter 1 answers the question of why should we work towards becoming oceans in our parenting journey? The title is The Aquarium and the Journey and the Ocean. And it likens a journey in parenting to the aquarium and the ocean. And it tells us that the aquarium approach may be more suited to the early years when the children are very young. But we have to modify this approach and embrace the ocean approach so that the children turn out to be, they turn out to fulfill their greatest potentials, because this approach is dynamic, it is responsive, and life-sustaining. Chapter 2 talks about the shark in the tank, and it explores the terminology of overparenting. We're familiar with parenting, but she brings overparenting, into our purview. And she says that overparenting may be practiced by parents who mean well, but the downside to overparenting is that it has grave limitations to a child's growth potential. So a few of these limitations are that children who are overparented may end up being anxious, afraid to make mistakes, and they may stop at making independent decisions. So they're always looking over their shoulder to their parents to know if the decision they have made is correct. She shares tips in chapter 2 on how to move from being the controlling parent to one who nurtures the child's capacity. For example, she talks about loosening the grip. And she says, let your child be comfortable with speaking up for themselves. There are many other tips in that chapter, and I leave you to peruse it on your own. Congratulations to many of you who are going to be buying this book and who are going to be reading it. It has the potential to change your lives forever. Chapter 3, from containment to capacity. This chapter talks about building capacity in children, and it teaches you to flip the switch. Look at situations in a different light from what you have been doing before now. For example, if your child throws a tantrum, it teaches you to regard that tantrum as an opportunity. If you have bedtime battles with your children, approach it as a teaching moment. And that if you capture this teaching moment, well, you're going to help the child to build capacity. She teaches us that, these moments, these teachable moments, if we take advantage of them and capitalize on them, they are moments of expansion. Chapter 4, currents of change. Every parent comes with a history, as we have been learning even from the question and answer session. And she likens this history with currents. Some currents are powerful, some are forceful, others are furious, and some are calm. These currents come in the forms of inherited beliefs, baggages of trauma, cultural norms. She says that as a parent, you also are a current, all on your own as a parent, you're a current. And she's saying that you send out messages, not just with your words, but with your actions and your general way of doing things. Her challenge at this time is that these currents that we're sending out as parents should be intentional currents. And we will judge the intentions of these currents by the choices that we make. Chapter 5, the depth of trust. Chapter 5 makes us understand that oceans has depths. So the depth of the ocean is not just the same. There are different depths to the ocean. And in parenting, she likens the ocean to the journey of parenting. There are depths as well. And she shares further about these depths of trust. That great parenting has to do with trusting yourself, trusting your child, and then trusting the process that makes you transmit to the child and give the child the kind of environment the ocean gives, that makes a child to get to their maximum potential. She shares that trust can be hard, but hard as it may be, it is a foundational element in a parent-child relationship. She shares that the parent must trust themselves when they're taking intentional steps, and that the outcome, they may not know the outcome, but they trust themselves. She shares that the parents must trust the child because they have created that kind of environment, for the child. So they trust the child and trust the process as well. In other words, you may not always know what the outcome is, but if you are able to establish the foundation of trust, then you are guaranteed of a good outcome, even though you may not be able to say at the outset exactly what this outcome is going to be. So she says that this climate, in chapter 6, now we move on to chapter 6, which is the emotional climate. And she speaks to creating the right climate in your home. The climate that builds, not one that shuts down. She asks pertinent questions that we all must answer about the climate in our homes. And these questions, some of them, the climate in your home, is it generally warm and sunny? She asks, does this climate offer encouragement? Is it filled with sarcasm, unpredictability, and emotional shutdown? She asks us to examine ourselves and the climates that are currently in our homes. And she wraps up the chapter by giving us approaches. She actually coaches us on how to create a consistent climate, climate patterns within our homes. Chapter 7, the pressure of the deep. In chapter 7, we learn that there are different kinds of pressure. And we learn that we have associated pressure mainly with negative things, but that pressure is not all bad. And that there are some kinds of pressures that brings out the best in us and in the children. So these pressures include those that have to do with challenges, discomfort, or expectations. And she shares that these kinds of pressures are necessary for growth. Because if sharks are going to become their maximum length and width, then they must go through these pressures. And the same applies for children and then for parents. So she gives further examples of what good pressure looks like. Natural consequences. So when we tell our children, if you do A, you are going to get B, that's a consequence. But it's a pressure on the child that if you do A, you will get B. So the child is pressure to take good decisions. She shares on new experiences, doing something they haven't done before with our encouragement, being somebody they have never been before. And she teaches that. That also is a form of pressure that stretches the child. And the third example of the kind of pressure she's talking about is holding children up to higher standards. And she emphasizes that these standards must not just be high, but they must be realistic. In chapter 8, Echoes in the Water is the title of chapter 8, and it speaks to how our words, our tones, our silences, or even the way we sigh becomes echoes of childhood. And she asks us in that chapter, how many of us remember the echoes of our childhood? She actually emphasizes that it's difficult, to forget the echoes from our childhood, that they live with us. And then she says that our children listen to us, not just with their ears, but also with their hearts. So the echoes that children who become adults continue to hear has gone beyond. At one time, it was just their ears, and then it, left their ears to remain in their hearts. So she says echoes can be painful, they can be harsh, and they can be kind. She says even though echoes cannot be erased, they can be softened. And the way to soften echoes is by repairing them. Because repair has to do with love, and love includes making amends. In chapter 9, there are 10 chapters in the book. We're on chapter 9. Chapter 9 is titled Tides of Growth. And chapter 9 is actually an invitation. So the author invites us to take a journey, embark on a journey of personal transformation, one that will likely come in waves as we learn how to modify our parenting approach. She reminds us to expect the growth. There will be growth, that's what she tells us, when we embark on personal transformation, and that we should not expect this growth to be a steady ladder in a ladder form, stepwise as in a ladder form, but we should expect the growth to be spiral. The last chapter, chapter 10, rounds up with becoming the ocean, your transformation as a parent. In chapter 10, the author shares that the ocean is not born vast, but as a result of pressure and so many other things, it becomes vast. And that's the same thing with a parent. A parent is not born. It's a role that is stepped into. So parenting is something that is learned. And so this author invites us to evolve in our parenting journey and enlarge our capacity. She asks us to begin or continue the process of expansion. And she gives us a few examples of how we can actually begin this journey. She says, I share a few of them. She says, 1, we should observe our children who are incredible mirrors of all that we did right and those that we did not do so well. So when we look at our children, we are looking at ourselves. There's so many other steps that are shared in that last chapter of chapter 10, but I want you to sit down with it, absorb it, reflect on it, and then take those steps that she's shared. Not just read it, but do it. And that's when your transformation journey starts, in doing. And chapter 10 concludes by sharing that becoming an ocean is a process. It's a process that goes on. So you take a step and you continue the process. And one other thing she lets us know about becoming an ocean is that there is no certificate of completion, because until your journey on this side of eternity is done, that process is continued. So there's no certificate. You never complete it. You embark on it, and you know that you continue in it. The author gives a final word, but I know that you have to get that book so that you can get the final word from the author. Congratulations, dear Desola Sosan. We're proud of you, and we know that this book will transform the minds of those who read it, and then those who know what has been read from it, because there are people who will be sharing the nuggets they have learned from the book. Thank you for the blessing of this book. God bless you richly.
Woo, woo, woo. Thank you so much, Dr. Akinola. I'll hand over the button to Pastor Akin, please, and review of the book.
Thank you very much. I probably will be covering sort of the same grounds as Dr. Akinola has. But first, let me say that well done, congratulations. I've read this book 3 times since you sent me the manuscript. I got the physical copy yesterday. Now, 3 times, not because so there was a time I read it in a Tesco cafe while waiting for lunch and having lunch. And then when I nearly got to the end, I remembered, oh, you need to be reviewing it, not enjoying it, because I hadn't made any notes. So I had to go back and read it and try to make notes. And so I think the first thing to say is that it's such an easy read. And it's easy to consume very quickly. That's not to say that there's not so many nuggets. Again, it's a book that I wish I had 13 years ago when my daughter was born, and I was searching the internet and asking, how do you raise a child without beating them like you were beaten? So it was a book that I wish that was written then and I had access to then. Again, I will go like Dr. Akinola has done, and chapter by chapter. So the first chapter talks about the aquarium and the ocean, and the whole book in itself, you know, seems to present that analogy, and that analogy is important to fix in our minds, that the environment is very important. The environment in which we raise children is very important. We spend a lot of energy and a lot of time in creating and curating these environments. And it's sad that more often than not, we're creating these aquariums, these sterile, rule-based, rule-governed environments, and you know, the idea of aquariums are important to think, because in our culture, most of us Africans, in our culture, children should be seen and not heard, and we want to bring them out and display them in front of uncles and aunties when they show up and say how wonderful these children are. The option, the alternative that is presented to us in chapter 1 is that we, rather than the children, become. And as we become, the children simply see these models and they then become like us, so that they are seeds, that they are our seeds and have in them the things that we have in us. So we create instead for them an environment which is alive, which is vital, which is vast, which is unpredictable, and the perfect environment, therefore, for growth, for resilience, for curiosity and adventure. Those things very critical to how children should grow up. The exciting possibility that we become ecosystems. That's a wonderful word throughout the book, that we become ecosystems that have vast possibilities for our children. Chapter 2 describes the shark in the tank and the limits of control parenting, which is something that we're very familiar with. And it's just clearly that a shark will grow in all aspects, in temperament, in resilience, in spirit, in size, relative to the limits of the aquarium that it's housed in. Controlled parenting, and I quote, or overparenting creates, quote, performers, not participants in the children's own lives. End quote. And another quote, children may behave, but they do not become. End quote. That's, I think, a tragedy is where we have children who behave a certain way in the aquarium, but they have ways of stealing behind the rocks in the aquariums and being whatever else that they wanted to be. Unfortunately, we haven't taught them that they've had to feel for that, and sometimes those things are negative. And so that's what happens when we invest in control parenting rather than invest in ourselves and becoming oceans. Chapter 3, from containment to capacity. So the book discusses the difference between parenting by tightly managing and deeply supporting. So you could tightly manage or you could deeply support. Of course, it's preferable to deeply support. It highlights the difference between a glass wall and a guiding current, which the ocean is. So the aquarium provides a glass wall. Like I said, everything's pristine, everything's looked after, everything's sterile, rather than currents which guide and help growth and development. It highlights the difference between teaching and training. Teaching informs what you should do. Training allows you to think for yourself and feel for yourself, which is something that we should subscribe to. Chapter 4 talks about currents of change. So in chapter 4, we're confronted with the prospect of examining the currents that shaped us. As we become oceans, we need to think where we've come from, and think of the histories, the beliefs, the traumas even that we experienced growing up. We're invited to consider that parents too are currents, and our children learn from these currents, not just from what we say, but also from what and who we are. That's so interesting, that they learn not just from what we say, but from how we are to them, how they see us. It's very interesting when you sit children down and ask them who you are. They tell you things that you didn't think of yourself. So it's important that we understand that we're those currents for them as well. And I quote, once we become aware, we gain agency. And this must come from the fact where we say, oh, I was raised a certain way and I'm trying to raise my children that way. But we understand the limitations of how our parents raised us. And some of us say we don't want to inflict that on our children. So when we become aware, we then gain agency and say, look, I'm going to do differently. I like chapter 5, debts of trust. And there's a quote as well, that trust is a requisite foundation, open quotes, foundational posture, close quotes. It needs to be a posture that we have. It invites us to embrace the paradox of trust. That's another quote, the paradox of trust, that we may know for certain we may not know for certain what outcomes are ahead of our children or for our children, but we can trust the process and trust that our children continue to grow and learn through whatever happens. And also we can trust ourselves to be good enough parents. That concept is important, that we are exactly the parents that our children need, and we can be good enough. Chapter 6 describes the emotional climate and talks about how a healthy, warm, settled, and safe emotional climate teaches the child that they are permitted to give expression to varied emotions. No longer, oh, children are not allowed to cry, girls should not speak up, and they should always be demure and have no opinions. It's instructive to note how the nervous system responds not only to the external world, but also to the cues of safety or danger in relationships. So the children pick up on these things, not simply to physical harm or danger, but also to what feels safe in the environment. It's our job to create such oceans where they can feel safe. Chapter 7 talks about the pressure of the deep. Pressure is sometimes something that we want to avoid, but the book says, look, it is necessary for growth, that in swimming against the currents, the shark learns its own strength. So we need to identify and support children to face healthy pressures. These foster resilience, like we've talked about earlier. I loved chapter 8 the most. It talks about echoes in the water. It presents the idea that although the sea may look quiet on the surface, it is usually alive with sound, both subtle and loud. There is always background music, so to speak, in the house, and it comes from sometimes the words that we speak, but oftentimes from our unspoken words, which resonate and reverberate louder and more long-lasting than our spoken words. So how, what the temperature of emotions in the house are will impact our children. This struck a chord with me, this quote: but children remember how we listen. Children always remember how we listen. I remember my daughter telling me that she hid some information from me, and she didn't tell me about it because I had reacted. She knew how I reacted in a similar situation that she had shared with me. So when this situation came along, she remembered how I listened or didn't listen and thought she wouldn't share it with me. Chapter 9 talks about tides of growth. That parenting progress more resembles waves and tides than neat stacks of steps. So we expect these neat stacks of steps, and this progression leads to that progression. It's more like waves of the sea. And that in understanding this, we become like good sailors. Sailors don't tame the sea; they work with the sea to achieve their purposes. And working with comes with understanding what the sea looks like and how they can master themselves to get the best from the sea. So a good sailor, it's like a skillful surfer. He learns the waves, the tides, and he welcomes and rides the waves and tides with relish. Chapter 10 talks about becoming the ocean. And this is, I think, the very crux of the book, is that the work is with parents, a work of transformation that needs to come from parents. And the quote that I love: the ocean is not born vast, it becomes vast. It is fed by streams, sculpted by tides, deepened by time, and so are you. That quote it provides much needed forgiveness for the feelings of failure, for the times that we felt we were too busy erecting and maintaining this aquarium. And then it frees you to begin the process of becoming the ocean that our children need. My personal thoughts is that, you know, one of the refrains we hear is that how great would it have been if children came with manuals, if children came with manuals. And you start to think, you know, imagine a woman's pregnant and there's a manual inside of her, and when the baby is delivered, you can deliver the manual as well. There wouldn't be enough space because you'd have to cater to every event and every age and every stage of their development. So I'm thinking, you know, perhaps a flash drive or AI, you know, when you deliver the baby, a flash drive comes out and all that. Manuals are great for building, not becoming. So this book is not necessarily a manual because we're avoiding the building and we're concentrating on becoming. This book changes the narrative from this is what we need to do with this child to this is what I need to do about myself to become the parent that this child needs. Desola has written an easy to read guide that encourages the reader to become rather than simply build, maintain, and bring out to uncles and aunties for display. I've enjoyed the language. It's easy enough, even when it is infused with the thoughts and words of professionals. It's so seamlessly joined with the words from professional psychologists, child psychologists, and all these wonderful people. I like the fact that as I read the book, I had questions. And if I had had questions and gone away with those questions, that would have presented a difficulty. But as I had the questions were answered. So, of course, you know, one of the questions that you ask is, so these schedules, these rules, these disciplines, do they no longer matter? The book casts in light, you know, these things are important, but they're important only insofar as you're providing an ocean rather than confining in an aquarium. I look forward and sincerely to a sequel to this book because I'm sure that there is more. So I look forward to a sequel because, like you suggest, Desola, this process of becoming is never ending. My parents in their 80s are still my parents, and they still have some responsibility to parenting me even at this grand old age of mine. Well done. This is a fantastic book. I've enjoyed it and I commend it to everyone. I'm sure it's going to do well. Thank you. God bless you.
Ooh, thank you so very much. I don't think there'll be too much of congratulations, Coach Desola. Congrats again over and over. I'll keep saying that. Congrats, man. So I'm just gonna share my screen as we draw closer to the end. So you might be wondering, how do I get a copy? Where do I get a copy from? So if you're based in the UK, it's quite easy for us because you can easily go on Amazon and order something and order the book. And Coach Desola wants me to let you know that if you attend City of David Canterbury, because this event has been brought to you in partnership with City of David. The physical books will be available. So once you just make your payment, so the account details are there. Once you make your payment and you have your receipt, make sure you keep your receipt, and then you don't need to even worry about delivery fee or how long it will take. So just and also I've displayed the account details because as I read earlier on, the process it takes to write a book is not it's not easy. I mean, I'm a little bit privy into the night when she will call the editor, you need to do this, you need to do that, you're not getting me. And the need to keep on explaining and explaining certain aspects of the book so everything will come out perfectly well. Talk less of the sleepless nights you've had trying to just, coin a sentence in a particular way and you feel, no, I've not gotten it correct. I need to revise this, and that endless revision you've had. So I believe Coach Desola deserves some popcorn at the very least. If that's what she likes to snack on. So if you just want to say, I want to get you, okay, have a bottle of malt on me, have a bottle of malt on me. Oh, well done. You've done a good job. I just want to say, yeah, kudos. Or let me have a little bit of investment into the sequel as Pastor has rightly called for. And as well as getting a copy anyway. So you can always make your payments into the account details. It's all displayed. And we have the Naira account, we have the PayPal, and we also have the pound account as well. So feel free to make your donations and also order your copy as well. So thank you so very much for joining us. Yeah, so if you've attended, if you've been with us so far, you can unmute, you can raise your hands actually. And if you want to leave a comment just before we close it's been a long day. We've been here since 11 a.m. And if you want to sort of just raise a comment, say thank you,
Can I?
whatever. Yes, please come in,
Yeah.
Coach Desola.
Before everybody goes, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. I am short of words, all right? Thank you. I want to appreciate Pastor Akin. The first time I broached the idea of a conference, parenting conference, I think it was 2 years ago. And he was like, yeah, sure, well, let's do it. And I thought, okay, and it didn't happen that year, and didn't happen the following year because I just didn't have the release to do it the following year. The first year there were some issues with scheduling and all, but this year when he was like, okay, let's do it. What do you need? And it's just a testament to the value and the premium he places on young people, on children, on families, on parents. I know, because it's something that we talk about every now and again. It's a burden for him, and he wants to see families thrive. He wants to see children succeed. He wants to, he just wants to see people flourish. And I just want to appreciate you and thank you, sir, for agreeing to do this with us. I want to thank my husband. We would not be, honestly, sincerely, I would not be here without him. In finding my voice, in finding myself, in traveling this journey, I have had a rock solid support system, and I just want to publicly say thank you, Yomi. Thank you for being an example. Thank you for being a true husbandman. Okay, I have flourished in your hands. Literally, I have flourished. I've become in your hands, and I'm grateful for you. You are blessed. Okay, you are blessed. Thank you. I want to thank the host, Emmanuel. I want to appreciate you for your efforts. You carried this, and you will send me some messages. I'll be like, yeah, can we just slow our roll? Okay, I have other things going on in my life, but it's because of your work ethic, and I respect that, and I thank you, and I just celebrate you. And to my sister-in-law, Ibironke, I love you. Thank you for just being that support and consistently saying, "Oh, you can do it, you can do it." I'm so proud of you from day one. From day one, and by day one I mean day one before even the marriage, and the only reason, well, one of the reasons our marriage is subsisting is because we've had that support. We've had an example in your marriage, and just having a physical representation of what is supposed to be and how it's supposed to be done. And I just want to thank you. And thank you for I know you were supposed to be somewhere else now. And I thank you. I thank you for being here. Thank you to our conference speakers. Thank you, PF. He's not here. I've sent him messages, waking up at 5:30. not many people can get PF to do that, and I'm privileged. So I appreciate you, PF. If you get to watch it, so I'll still let you know. And Coach Blessing, what can I say? What can I say? Coach Blessing and I met on a conference of PF, one of PF's meetings that we had spoken at, and we've spoken at different conferences at different times, and I would just look at her and go like, she's so cool. And after that particular one, she messaged me and say, I'd like us to be friends. And I was like, wow, amazing. I would love that. And she said it's not something she usually does. So it was kindred spirit to kindred spirit. And I just want to appreciate her for also taking the time to be here. Your session was chef's kiss. All right. Thank you. And thank you to everybody who has stayed. You've been here since 11. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this for you. Thank you for doing this for your children. And thank you for doing this for your legacy. For everyone who'll be buying the book, hats off to you. You are committed, and your commitment is going to yield results for you. Emmanuel is asking in the chat, and I just want to say, if you can go to the chat for me, this will mean a lot. Just use one word to describe your experience so far. Okay, one word to describe your experience. Oh, there's 2 words. There you go. Sister Olivia, God bless you. Okay, use more than one word if you like, and describe your experience, just so we have a bit of feedback. And my email is in the chat. If you want to reach out to me, my link tree is in the chat as well. If you just want to, I've seen a few sessions booked already. Just if you want to catch up further on, because we've said a lot of things, and I know that some people are like, where do I begin? All right, and that's a good question. Okay, that's a good problem. That's what we call a good problem. That you're asking is a good thing. Obviously, the book is an amazing place to start. So pick a copy, send me an email if you're here, and you can get a copy directly from me. If you're not as close, send a journal. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Send a message to the chat. Send an email, and to the chat. And thank you all so much. God bless you. Thank you. I know there's a hand up, so please take it away. Flourish, Oladipupo.
Yep. Mr. Oladipupo Flourish, do you want to say anything before we wrap it up?
Not really much, just to say thank you. Honestly, it's overwhelming. The training just turned me to a toddler. I've learned, I've unlearned. Thank you. God bless you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so very much for coming. So yeah, it means a lot to us. It means a lot that you've all showed up. Thank you so very much. And thank you for the beautiful comments. I can see them. Keep them coming in. And please remember, the book is available on Amazon, is available. You can even just search the book, and it's on Hulu as well. So we've got the book on several platforms. And remember to buy it for yourself, for your partner, for your spouse, for your enemies, for your neighbors as Christmas gifts. Christmas is coming very soon, so it makes for a very good Christmas gift for that friend, for that family that's going to impact. So thank you so very much, and we shall be in touch. We shall be in touch, and please feel free to engage Coach Desola. This would be on our YouTube channel. She's got social media handles as well. You can always reach out to her. And yeah, see you next time, I guess. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, we've stopped recording, right?
We have. Have we?
As I want to believe so. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yeah.